municipalities. We have a functional women's caucus that is sitting quarterly. Its aim is to lobby and advocate for women empowerment and to mitigate the socially imposed division between the sexes, which is deeply embedded in people's consciousness. Districts and local municipalities have established special programs, transversal units with dedicated focal persons to deal with women empowerment as well as the scourge of gender-based violence, and they report to the offices of the executive mayor. As a province, we have the Office of the Status of Women that is in the Premier's office, which is responsible for monitoring and mainstreaming and implementation of women's empowerment and gender equality policy imperatives within government programs. Its function is to coordinate a provincial gender machinery, and it sits quarterly, and it's a secretariat. There is a functional and effective provincial gender machinery executive committee made up of representatives from provincial and local government, legislature, civil society, private sector, and Chapter 9 institutions, which sits as scheduled. All 20 focal points from local and district municipalities participate every quarter. On mass mobilization, the 3 districts and municipalities and its local municipalities have embarked on various mass mobilization programs where training of youth, men and women of various sectors are utilized as preventative activist champions with direct liaising with the transversal managers that are coordinating for referrals. Planning and preventative measures for gender-based violence. The Department of Social Development is responsible for the implementation and coordination of preventative programs, which ensures that communities are educated and are aware of gender-based violence. The provincial government and all 20 municipalities are implementing preventative measures for gender-based violence and femicide. Furthermore, all departments have been and are still implementing the 365 days plan of action of no gender-based violence. These activities are still being implemented at all districts and local municipalities. On adequate care and support and healing for victims, all districts have previously collaborated and are still collaborating with GRIP, social development, and other partners for care and support of victims of violence. The Department of Social Development is responsible for the provisioning of care support and healing for victims of crime. There are dedicated social workers within the departments that are employed at district and local municipalities to provide psychosocial support services. On adequate provision of safe houses and Tutuzela care centers for victims of violence, the department has provided safe spaces for victims of crime in the form of shelters and is currently funding 22 shelters and victim support centers in the province. The department has also 2 government-owned shelters and offer services to victims of crimes and violence. While the victims are at center, they receive a basket of services that will assist them to heal through the trauma that they were subjected to. The above-mentioned victim support centers managed by NPO has employed 27 social workers to render psychosocial support services to the victims. These centers provide victims of sexual assault a safe and empowerment opportunity to go through the criminal justice system. The department has also social workers employed throughout the province at district and local levels. Due to the vastness of the province, the social workers are posted at ward level. We have additional 18 social workers that are placed in local municipalities. All departments and relevant partners continue to implement the 365 days integrated plan of action of no violence against women and children, targeting all groups in the community. During lockdown, Honorable Chairperson, we've seen a spike as Mpumalanga of gender-based violence, but we're happy that the SAPS has intervened and most of the perpetrators were arrested and are currently undergoing court. There is a need, however, to strengthen our campaigns. The Department of Social Development also has employed the social workers to deal with the issues of gender-based violence, as I've mentioned, in the local level. Currently, there's no shortage of crime kits of victims of crimes. When crimes are reported at police stations, such crime kits are available to be utilized. But however, we've seen some delays in terms of specimens that are taken, as we don't have a fast way of processing that, as we have to take the specimens to Pretoria. The province has 15 family violence, child protection and sexual offences units, and the number of officers attached to these units are 164. For the last 4 years, about 800 recruits have undergone GBV training course. I want to jump some other slides. The province is currently implementing the Fortune 40 Provincial Flagship Program, which is meant to address the following key challenges identified by the province: aging farmers, underutilized state-owned farms, skill gap, youth unemployment, food insecurity, and local economic development. The program started in 2015. To date, 97 women have been capacitated and graduated and are currently running their own farms. The enrollment of women learners is currently sitting at 43 in addition from September 1, 2020. The province will be placing another 154 young women in this program. Honorable Chairperson, we want to report as a province that there are 6 women who own waste management SME.
You are rounding off, Honorable Member. You are left with a minute.
We want to report that there are 6 women own waste management SME with equipment to grow their businesses. 6 other women own textile manufacturing companies. 3 women who own bakeries, 6 women who own spazas, and there's a program which is called Phezu Komkhono Mlimi, which is a plant production program which assisted 2,814 women. And as I conclude, Chairperson, we want also to say there's a woman who's owning 15 farms outside the country. It is in Ghana. Another one is exporting macadamia to China. And Julia Shungube is one of the overall country winner of the Female Entrepreneur Award of the Year, processing castor oil. And as I'm about to conclude, Chairperson, we want to indicate as a province that we take the matter of gender-based violence and femicide very seriously. Hence, we've heard the call by the president, and we're making sure that we want to reduce the scourge of gender-based violence in the province. And again, we've heard the call by the president of women empowerment in terms of the 40% of the economic empowerment that must be set aside for women. And we want to commit ourselves as the province that we will make that our plans. Yes, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mpumalanga. Now we're heading to the Northern Cape where the Honorable Dr. Z. Zamaso will be presenting.
Honorable Chairpersons of all respective sessions, Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and People with Disabilities, Ms. Wanema Shaban, Acting Deputy Chief Justice, Kampempe, invited delegates, including fellow provincial premiers. I see there are some of my counterparts, members of the different organizations fighting the scourge of gender-based violence, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. The advent of Women's Month is embraced on multiple fronts. For we dedicate the whole month of August in recognition of women's contribution to our democratic path and our state of well-being as a country. However, my mood takes a swing of despondency and utter despair when I have to tackle the all-consuming issue of gender-based violence and its accompanying devastating effect on our society. We have no option as leaders but to wage an all-out war on gender-based violence and femicide. Honorable Chair, I can report that with the recent release of our crime statistics, violence against women and children has generally decreased, but sexual offenses has increased. For the period March to August this year, we can report that a total of 1,350 cases have been reported. We still remain concerned, as this is an indictment on the 6th administration. Hence, we call on all men to lead the charge against protecting our women and children against these heinous acts. Honorable Chairperson, in order to get the crux of the Northern Cape's input, the House should know that we have recently established a fully functional provincial interdepartmental task team comprising of MECs of social development, health, education, transport, safety, and liaison that meets weekly to address gender-based violence and femicide. This task team is shared by myself as Premier of the province. We are also pleased to advise that the task team has commenced work in a substantive manner, and with time, we are confident that we will achieve our objective in accordance with our terms of reference. Our mass mobilization program to train and deploy activists to all municipalities in the province has commenced in earnest. To this end, 118 volunteers across the Northern Cape have been trained and will render advocacy awareness and support services to potential perpetrators and victims. More details of their work will be given at a subsequent session. In addition, Honorable Chairperson, the planning of preventative measures for GBVF is being rolled out. In this regard, community radios are utilized as the main medium of reaching out to empower communities. Added to this, social workers have established support groups for victims to afford them an opportunity to share experiences, learn coping mechanisms from each other with the aim of promoting a holistic healing. Also, mass distribution of pamphlets is undertaken at clinics and other public facilities that are easily accessible. We have registered progress in providing adequate care, support, and healing for the victims of gender-based violence by rendering the following services: psychosocial support, victim empowerment, advocacy awareness, social behavior change programs, and support to victims in court pre and during court appearances. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to cater for the adequate provision of safe houses and Tutuzela care centers for victims of violence, 8 safe houses have been established in the province. Where hotspots have been proactively identified, safe houses will also be allocated by the provincial government in consultation with the relevant stakeholders. In view of resources and related constraints, Tutuzela care centers are operational in certain areas, namely Kimberley, Kuruman, the R and Springbok, with a clear directive that my office receives regular reports on their activities. Pertaining to the adequate deployment of social workers across local and district municipalities, 16 social workers have been allocated on a province-wide basis to render the full package of GBVF services. However, in areas where the social workers are not placed, the probation officers are responsible for services related to GBVF. As a prominent aspect of our strategic intervention, we have also commenced the process of scheduled household visits on changing harmful social norms. Moreover, Honorable Chair, social workers are conducting programmed home visits to victims as well as their families that they get affected by the traumatic and depressing experiences of the victims. A clear example is that of social workers engaging in home visits to adequately prepare the families for the return of the victims from the safe houses and care centers. Honorable Chairperson, we are encouraged by the report from SAPS that they have sufficient rape kits in the province at their disposal at all police stations and at any given time. The GBVF is tackled through arrest by police, mainly the Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences units. This work is supported by other stakeholders such as the Department of Social Development, Tutuzela centers and NGOs in the province. Ladies and gentlemen, we intend to establish a multi-sectoral coordination and accountability structure. This structure will be responsible for a survivor-focused response to GBVF, and that encompasses prevention, care, and support. To proactively empower women, we look into assisting women with entrepreneurial skills, encouraging those who are sport inclined to pursue a career in their chosen sporting code, affording them opportunities in male-dominated industries and absorption into government projects. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, with the involvement, commitment, and resolve of all role players, we are determined as the province to succeed to root out the men amongst us who commit dastardly acts of violence on our women and children. The time for cheap talk is over. I think that's what the President has also said. And together with our communities and the law enforcement agencies, we must and will overcome this scourge. I thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for this opportunity.
Malibongo, Premier. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much. Premier. The Premier himself was here. I'll even suggest to the multi-party that we visit your province.
We'll appreciate it.
Minister, you're disturbing me. We're now moving.
Chair, do you want to make comments, or are you done with your list?
The what?
She wants to make.
You are done with the what?
She wants to know is the chairperson done with the list.
Oh.
I was asking Chair if she was done with the list, or
there is still three more speakers.
Can we proceed with the program, please?
Okay.
We now proceeding to the Northwest Province, where the Honorable, the Premier of the province, Professor T.J. Mukhoro, will be addressing us. Over to you,
Chair, mind your
Honorable
screen.
Premier.
You're upside down, Chair. Chair, you are looking upside
Come
down.
again.
Please mind your screen. You are looking upside down. I'm worried you might vomit, Chair, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hi. Shall I proceed, Chairperson?
proceed, Honorable Premier?
Thank you for the opportunity, Chairperson, and let me give my respect to all the leadership here, and in the interest of time, say all protocol observed. I have cut my speech to respect the time restrictions that are confronting us. But nevertheless, the full speech has been sent through. I will just deal with the deliverables and the programs that we have around GBV. We have established the following processes as measures to implement services that address and prevent GBV and femicide based on the pronounced national and international perspectives. Provincial annual performance indicators, set target and timeframes, operational plans to guide officials towards the achievement of set targets. NGOs in the Northwest are being funded in line with the Department of Social Development's funding policy to improve access to services to address GBV and femicide. Monitoring tools have been developed to ensure compliance of service level agreement and services at NGO level. The Provincial Department of Social Development, in partnership with other key stakeholders, developed Provincial Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Plan, which is in line with the National Strategic Plan in this regard. A policy guideline for victim empowerment services, which explain scope of services within the VP sector. It further clarifies the roles of other key departments and stakeholders in the implementation of services to the victims of GBV and femicide. Chairperson, the following progress has been made. For the financial year 2019-20, 9,786 victims of crime prevention and violence accessed psychosocial services. 32,017 persons were reached through community engagement programs to prevent GBV and femicide. 5 victims of human trafficking accessed social welfare services. 20 NGOs have been funded to improve access to services of victims of GBV and femicide, and capacity building plans have been developed and implemented to ensure continuous professional development of social service professionals providing services to victims of gender-based violence and femicide. Honorable members, in terms of the expectation that we should provide access to safe houses and to Tuzela secure care centers to victims of GBV and femicide, we have established crisis centers across the 4 districts and local municipalities as follows. In the Dr. Kenneth Kaunda district, we now have 5 crisis centers. In the Dr. Ruth Sekgomotse Mongpati district, we have 3 crisis centers. In the Bujanala Platinum district, we now have 8 crisis centers, while in the Ngakamutiri Mulema district, we have 7 crisis centers. We have also identified and established fully functional safe houses in 3 areas in the province as white door facilities for victims. They are in Tshwane local municipality, Ratlo local municipality, and the Chobotla local municipality. Honorable Chairperson, the Tshwane local municipalities donated an old clinic in Ottosdal to be renovated and utilized as a state-run white door facility, and the Department of Social Development is currently working with the Department of Public Works to renovate the facility. The white door facility in Ratlo is in a village called Sitlahole and was launched during the 16-day of activism campaign last year, and was launched by the Premier of the province and is currently being run by an NPO called Botshelo Zwarona. Honorable Chair, the white door facility in Ditsobotla is being managed by the Foundation of Hope NPO in Kolini and is funded by the Provincial Department of Social Development. And the following services are provided by these facilities: assessment of the victim to determine the immediate need and form of assistance, assisting the victim to report a case to the police if the client was self-referred, providing temporary overnight accommodation and courting camp programs. In Chairperson, on behalf of the provincial government and the people of the Northwest, I would like to condemn the abuse, abduction, rape, and brutal murders of women and girls that we have been witnessing in our country in the recent past. I am deeply disturbed by these developments as they threaten the safety of our young girls as well as the safety of women in any part of our country. This being perpetuated
Chairperson, are you still there?
Yeah, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. We are now going to the Western Cape, where the Premier of the Western Cape,
Nicholas Sharp. Okay.
Honorable Wendy, will be addressing up. Thank you very much. Over to you, Premier of the Western Cape. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Ministers, Premiers, Honourable Members, the Deputy Chief Justice, and guests. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to start by just reflecting as well, like other speakers, on the President's words, time for action, and perhaps even take it one step further, time for reporting on how we are bringing about change, because quite frankly, I think we've got to move beyond action into finding ways that we are showcasing the difference that we are making, because I think back automatically a year. And as we know, in this sixth Parliament, it was just over a year ago that we were really traumatized in our country by a spate of lives taken of young women in our society. And I will never forget standing with thousands of women outside Parliament, alongside my wife and my daughter, standing there and feeling the pain of the women of our country, the women of our society, that pain. And we need to apologize as men. We need to understand that this blight on our society is actually the shame of our nation. It is the shame of men in our nation. And so I want to thank you very much for the invite to this Women's Parliament 2020. I want to thank you for the opportunity to take part, to also not just talk about the action, but actually report on the action, on what we are busy doing. And I've noticed this across our provinces, reporting what is happening. But unfortunately, I think we need to set even higher targets. When you look at the data, specifically even on the data that was supplied along with the invitation to this specific parliamentary sitting and debate, I look at the GBV and femicide data, and I note that, of course, the murder of women is on the rise. And we need to make sure that we set ourselves clear targets so that when we come back again, we're actually reporting on these actions that have made the difference to bring a change, so that we can start to lift our heads instead of hanging them in shame. I also look at the incidence of rape. Again, our increase of sexual violence is on the increase, and we need to make sure that we turn these numbers around. We've got to have actual targets that we all work towards to make sure we bring about that difference. We speak about economic empowerment, and how are we measuring it, showing the actions so that we do see the difference that is made. We measure ourselves systematically like we do everything else in government. We've got to make sure it is a main focus. But really what hit me with your document that you supplied was the cost of GBV and femicide on the fiscus of our country, the percentage that it costs our country, the percentage of our annual returns. If you have a look at globally, between 3.7% of GDP. I see in our country, they say it's 28.4 to 42.4 billion rand that it costs us. Now, why are we not investing more and more money into making sure that we are targeting GBV and violence against women and children in our system, that we actually bring about the change, we can lift our heads. So, of course, from this province's point of view, what is it that we're doing? What have we done so far? And what are we working towards? So, first of all, I want to apologize on behalf of my MEC, Minister Fernandes, who is taking the lead in our province, and I must say with passion. She really is driving it. We don't have 16 days of activism anymore. It is now 365 days of activism. The Minister herself makes sure that there is a monthly engagement on these specific issues, and making sure that our targets are looked at and met, making sure that we are focusing on ridding our society of this scourge. So every month on the 25th, the Minister hosts what we call as whole of government and whole of society. We bring in everybody into this space so that we can actually have these discussions, civil society specifically, women in our society. And we make sure that it is landed as part of our safety plan. Safety plan is something that I put in place when first coming into government a year ago, and making sure that as a province we play much more of a role rather than oversight, that we put funding into the plan and then we report regularly. We have what we call a safety cabinet. And this month, that safety cabinet was focused wholly on gender-based violence. We make sure that it's the whole of government, so it includes the South African Police Services, the Human Rights Commission, our Medical Research Council, the South African Women's Dialogue, our DSD departments, our oversight departments, and we all come together every single month, and we will be doing it now almost on a 3-weekly cycle as part of creating safety in our province. We have also learned a lot through the COVID-19 experience, and that is why I'm saying that we will bring it in a specific focused extended cabinet. It is not a closed cabinet. It actually includes all of our district municipalities, the mayors and the municipal managers. This is what we learned in managing COVID-19, and we're doing exactly the same in dealing with safety, and then within safety, dealing with gender-based violence. We have a number of programs which I will report on a few of them. I think, first of all, We have held a number of sessions specifically in my department, linking gender-based violence with economics and making sure that we've got the right people, whether it be DTI, our investment and economics departments, making sure that we are enabling women, because we all know that men hold women to ransom if they are not economically sound and have an economically sound footing. We, on the 25th of each month, as I said, DSD, DOCS and the Department of the Premier hold these gender-based violence programs that report back into our monthly safety report. We then have a look at the number of shelters, specifically how the shelters are expanded upon, the 20 shelters for violence against women at the moment. And in between April, May and June, 1,995 women reported cases into these shelters. We have now set up a program that actually helps women to make sure that they can lodge complaints. We give them help with regards to the courts. We give them help with regards to their protection orders as well as trauma counseling. And I can report of the 1,995, 523 women and children had access to our shelters in those 3 months. We then follow up with court watching briefs so that we make sure that these cases don't fall off the roll. So often, these cases never ever get to be heard, and there is never justice at the end of the day. And we've got to make sure that there are consequences, because that has got to be part of our plan of building a new society.
Can you please switch the mic? We want to listen to the Premier of the Western Cape, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, of course, there has to be consequences, and I think this is a program that we are very happy that the Minister of Police, Minister Becky Cele, and the National Commissioner has also said, how can we roll this out across the other provinces? And we're very happy to share whatever we can with it, and we're happy that the Minister has taken this on. We also make sure that we have advocacy training programs out in our districts, and we have just completed the first round in the West Coast District, where we go about making sure that people know how a protection order works, how to apply for a protection order, the rights of victims, and what happens around victims of GBV and domestic violence when applying for these protection orders. We also monitor and have a look at how these protection orders...
Only a minute to wrap up, Honorable Premier.
In our
minute to wrap up.
Thank you, Chair. We have our Project Chrysalis, which is 50-50 male and female young people at risk, and they go back into communities as ambassadors, and they also have programs now which they help society report on GBV. We've also now started training with our neighborhood watchers and CPFs, and we really do take oversight really seriously. And we've also found that in our latest round of oversight with visible policing and detectives, that not everyone has received training in our Domestic Violence Act. 57% of VisPol haven't received training, and 69% of detectives have not received training. We also will, as I've said... Unfortunately,
your time is up. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. We're now moving on to listen to the President of SALGA. We're going to listen to the President of SALGA now, who is Honorable Kadimeng. Sestemi, over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me start by greeting the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Lucas, the Deputy Speaker who has just stepped off, the Minister in the Presidency, honorable members of the NCOP, my honorable premiers and their representatives from various provinces, members of the civil society, my colleagues and distinguished guests. I greet you all. Honorable Pilangulu, let me start on behalf of the South African Local Government Association, say thank you very much for inviting us to be part of Women's Parliament today. We're in joining hands and reaffirming our commitment to accelerate action in a collective effort to end violence against women and children in South Africa. As a country, most of our participants have already indicated we are reeling from the horrific reports of the spate of heartless slaughter of women across South Africa in the recent days and in the past years. We are in a country mourning and in shock as we grapple once again with the wicked and the dreadful murderers of our women and children in this country as a result of their gender and vulnerability. The 2019 statistics as released by the Minister of Police just some 14 days ago indicate that nearly 3,000 women were murdered between April 2018 and March 2019, which is translating to 7 people or 7 women per day. This figure is too high. There has been against women and children, which was also treated as a femicide by as a pandemic by the president in his COVID-19 address. And we have all experienced that there is such a surge. However, members, today I've been requested to address the session on progress in implementing undertakings relating to GBV made by the local government perspective. Ideally, we will address the attributes which all members have, but I will just jump into areas, not all what have been reported by the premiers, because we all operate under the district development model, but ensure the of municipalities to make sure that we create safer communities. Firstly, in terms of our IDP, we now are entrusting municipalities in their IDPs and SDPIPs to ensure that there is gender-funded budgets for all municipalities to create such units where they will be fully funded and will be able to run programs in line with the Office of the Premiers in their provinces through the district model to ensure that we avoid duplication, but we cover areas grossly, all of us. Secondly, in terms of prevention, municipalities has been released to clear all the bushes and danger areas, vulnerable areas like parks, cemeteries, but to ensure that they provide adequate lighting, including in areas like bus stops, public toilets and unused buildings, to ensure that all areas are lit at all the time. But we also need to mark all unused buildings and name all the streets so that it is easy for any woman or a child who wants to report to law enforcement societies where they are, and their location could be easier. So this will ease in the event of emergencies, either from social development through their social workers or from workers to ensure that our people are located easily. Promoting neighborhood watch and establishing watchdog communities which are support-based, and also supporting the organizations of offering places of safety and care. Most provinces have already reported on these areas where municipalities are also assisting. Promoting CBOs and NGOs publications and pamphlets or service directory where to get help. We are compiling data together with COCTA on how to get the services of service directory for all our municipalities to ensure that we fast track where women can be able to know where they can go, but also coordinating and facilitating and establishing a multi-sector coordinating structure, as I've said, serving under the Office of the Premiers in the provinces to avoid duplication. We still need to enforce other areas in municipalities. If we create a gender desk, we need to ensure that there's proper institutional capacity that has been built, both politically and administratively. We need to create community patrols, as I've said. We need to display advocacy and assist women in all our care centers, but also in all our municipal centers which are closer to our communities. There's no denying that municipalities plays a crucial role in the global struggle to end violence against women, mainly because of our proximity to communities. However, it is pivotal to unite in challenging, dismantling, and transforming the systematic institutional patriarchy that still oppresses women, the girl child, LGBTQIs, and communities, as well as people with disabilities. We are experiencing now the symptoms of the long-erupting crisis, which evidently requires the whole society, but municipalities to restructure societies in how we plan our new residences to make sure that inherently they promote the safety of women who are mostly having households where they are perpetuate the systematic gender discrimination, inequalities, and the vulnerabilities of women if municipalities continue to still plan in their spatial planning like we've been doing before. So we need, in these 20 years of democracy, to legitimize democracy and to make sure that from our planning point of view, as municipalities, we put the center in the safety of our women and make sure that women's rights are human rights. On behalf of SALGA leadership, I again reaffirm our commitment to accelerate action as together we strive to create the best possible environment to enable our women, men, and children to live free from all forms of violence and abuse. I thank you. Malibongwe.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. President of SALGA, Councillor Thembi Nkadimeng. We're now moving on to get the message of support. And the person who's going to give us the message of support is Mrs. L. Komapi Ngwenya. Mrs. Komapi, speak to the South Africans. Thank you.
It's a video, Chair. They will play the video.
Oh, thank you very much.
Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Mkalipi.
Earlier on, we raised a point of order regards to Tebelo, who was on the bed disrespecting this platform. You promised to attend to that one. She's still here on the bed, Chairperson. Can you please identify her and tell us which organization is she representing? Because we can't accept this behavior, Chair. We are here as women to talk about our issues, but there is someone who's lying on the bed since this program started.
Yes, we did request the host officials to look.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Mkalipi. I wasn't aware now because previously when I stated it, I saw her, but for now I wasn't. I thought maybe...
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Can I speak?
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Yes, I've addressed it. She's from Free State. She's disabled. So I think she wasn't aware. I'll just talk to her again now. I apologize for that.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're proceeding with our program. We're calling upon the message of support that will be rendered by Mrs. L. Komapi Ngwenya. Mrs. Komapi Ngwenya. The video, please.
Thank you, Program Director.
Malidia, Malibo,
No, Chair. This is
honorable members.
Don't call a point of order.
Let's give Mama
because it's the ANC that does that. This is not an ANC rally.
Honorable Tlangwini, we're not in a rally here, but honorable members, let's give Mam Lydia time. Mam Lydia, talk to us, please.
Thank you, Chairperson of the day. And greetings to the Minister, Maite Mkwana Mashavani, and the Deputy Speaker, Letisa, and all the members of Parliament who are there. Kisa ngaselibala ngeke ngikhohlwa abomama abagcwele phezulu podium ngoba bathe bona you cannot speak about us without us. So ngiyabonga kakhulu mali lapho lizozwa ukuthi kuthiwani ngathi abomama particularly thina abomama basemakhaya. I thank this program so much that it exposes all the ups and downs zabo mama and the sufferings zabo mama. I want to talk more a little bit about women and land, particularly in the rural areas. Namhlanje is just a day to celebrate Women's Month so that our voices can be heard. But it's not only today, and it mustn't be only today. We must now, as the end of the month, continue holding one another's hand so that we can manage to fight and to win all the obstacles in front of us as women. Particularly the land that we women, particularly in the rural areas, depend on. That's why we have all these obstacles, because we have been denied of the valuable asset being the land so that we can steal the land and feed our children. The apartheid laws used to call us minors. So the laws of today have actually proved them wrong, that we are all equal. And women are also allowed to have land. But the problem with that is that the implementation is still lacking. We still struggle to get land to actually feed our children. We still struggle to get land so that we can survive and stop being cursed that we are dependent. Women are actually independent. We want to prove that if we can have progressive chiefs, like some of our chiefs that are really progressive, giving us a piece of land to till, giving us all the needs we want. All we lack now, if the chiefs give us land, is resources. Women, let's get together. And another thing that makes it worse is because we women don't work together. We don't unite. If we can unite and hold one person's hand, we can see that women can change the whole world, because women have got the ability, have got the power, have got the enthusiasm because of the children that we have brought here on earth. We always put our children before us. But because we don't have resources just to till the land, all what you have said about violence against women, most of them is because we never speak up. We only speak up when it comes the time of Women's Month. We must talk about it every day. And the thing that makes us not to talk about it every day is because we are dependent. We are dependent to these men who abuse us, some of them. If we work hard, we have proved beyond doubt that women can make it can run the families, can run everything without the assistance of a man. But we still lack one thing. We must support one another. We must unite. We must make sure that every woman's problem is my problem. We must be inquisitive when it comes to women's problems. We must want to know why this woman is suffering and give assistance. The land that we talk about is the land that some of the chiefs still deny us. Even the municipality has got land, but they never think of offering women. Even the public works have got some piece of land idling around, they cannot offer the women. We know all these departments have some lands that are not utilized. Please make sure that you give us land if you ask you some. If those chiefs who are still thinking of the past, that we are minors, where a woman is not allowed to be given a land, a woman is not allowed to be given a stand. Only PTO, a woman is not being allowed to get. But at the moment, with our good laws, we are managing to get some. It's just that we don't have a lot of assistance, particularly from you. Portfolio committees, take some rounds, make oversights, and come and visit us and come and see what we are doing. There's no need for us to keep on talking and talking. And we talk today, tomorrow we forget about it. We're going to think about it next year, 2021. That's not how we should work. You agriculture portfolio committees, I have never seen you come into our places to come and check how we survive, listen at our grievances as women. Please, I just plead with you. I don't want to make speeches. I just want to talk realities that people must understand and people should know what we are supposed to do as women to conquer all these obstacles in front of us. We will never win it as long as we don't unite. We will never win it if ourselves don't face it head on and say we are not going to do it with confidence because we will be independent. Let's grab back our dignity. Let's grab back our independence and look forward and say, forward we go, backwards never. Women unite. Amandla!
Thank you. Ripilele, Marina, Ripilele.
Thank you, Ma.
We want land. We want land.
Honorable Mkalipi, yes, we all want land. We are proceeding with our program. Now I will call upon my co-chair, which is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Honorable Ndaba. Honorable Ndaba, over to you, my co-chair.
Sorry, Honorable Vilamkulu. Honorable Ndaba had to go to a meeting now at 12. We will now ask Honorable Gillian, as she's there, to continue with the chairing the session on civil society. I'm sorry that we couldn't get hold of you to inform you about the other chairperson. Honorable Gillian,
no, thank you so much.
You get a session on civil society, we will appreciate it. Thank you very much, Honorable Gillian. Thank you, our chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. We will continue with the civil society statements, and I will call upon Professor Jukes from the South African Medical Research Council.
Good morning, Honourable Minister. I would like my colleague Naima Abrams to join me in the one presentation, and I've asked her to start. So if I could hand over to her for a moment, and then I'll come back in a couple of minutes.
Professor Jukes, just to remind you that there is 10 minutes allocated to you. Thank you.
Professor Abrams will be the next speaker, so it's fine.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Naima Abrams here. I'm joining Professor Jukes. We have a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation. Can that be loaded, please? In the meantime, I think I will start just so that we do not take up too much time. For that purposes, I will stop my video. So, good afternoon, everybody, to all the honourable members of the South African Parliament and to all the guests and members to this very important meeting. Thank you for the invitation to present our work to the Women's Parliament. As researchers, we really value the invitation and to share our work with policymakers. Our unit has been doing research on gender-based violence and femicide for more than 25 years. I just want to make sure whether that our presentation is coming on, our PowerPoint. Shall I continue, Madam Chair?
Continue the presentation.
Sure, okay. So what we are presenting to you today is an overview of the prevalence of gender-based violence and femicide in the country. And then we will discuss the drivers of gender-based violence and femicide, and then we will focus on prevention. So in a slide that I was hoping you would see, we talk about are not going to go into detail about the different forms of gender-based violence, but what we wanted to tell you is that we know globally, all across the world, intimate partner violence is the most common form of gender-based violence that women experience. And intimate femicide, the killing of women by a current partner, is part of intimate partner violence. The second most common form of gender-based violence is non-partner sexual violence, and these might include rape and all other forms of sexual violence. And it's by perpetrators that might be not partners. It could be strangers, it could be colleagues, it could be peers. And then the third group of gender-based violence include other forms of violence such as trafficking, cultural practices such as ukutwala, female genital mutilation, but some of them are not as common in our country. In the fourth slide, I actually wanted to show you how the scale of violence against women in our country, and I wanted to show how this compares with other studies in other countries. We make this comparison because we were measuring the same thing, and it was measured by the same group of researchers, and we were measuring physical and sexual violence within the past year. And what we see is that South Africa, and the study in South Africa was done in eThekwini, and we see that women in eThekwini reported much more higher levels. More than 60% of women in the study reported experiences of sexual and physical violence within the past 12 months. I compare this in the slide with Bangladesh, DRC, and Nepal and Ghana, who had much lower levels. And I also compared with what was reported in the South African and Demographic Health Survey. In the South African and Demographic Health Survey, only 10% of the women reported physical violence within the last 12 months. And in this way, we wanted to show how important it is to do dedicated studies on violence against women in our country, and that the measurement of it is very important, and the violence and the way we do it is critical to get the correct number of levels of violence. So I assume we're not going to get the slides, so I will just continue. There was a next slide that I now wanted to talk about femicide. So I wanted to tell you about the femicide work that we do in our unit. We have done this for a large part of the existence of our unit. We completed 2 national femicide studies, and we're currently collecting data for 2017, femicides that happened in 2017. And we plan to repeat this for 2020 because of the possibility of COVID conditions impacting on femicide. We don't know how, whether it's higher or lower. And so we will be doing this in the future. So we do the studies in 2 phases, and I thought I would like to share this with you so that you understand why it is we come up with the numbers that we do. So we start with mortuaries. We take a sample of mortuaries across the country. We identify women 14 years and older who had a post-mortem done, and where the cause of death from a forensic pathologist indicate it's a homicide or a murder. We then followed each case up with the police, and we speak with the investigating officer who investigated the case. And the important thing is to find the relationship between the victim and the perpetrator. And we also get information, hopefully, about the outcome of the case, whether there was a prosecution and a conviction. Now, we must remember police do not solve all crimes and identify all perpetrators. We have found in our previous 2 studies between 18 and 25% of women who are killed, a perpetrator was never found. So we then identify the perpetrator, and we identify whether the perpetrator is an intimate partner. Now the team, so we've completed this for 1999 and 2009. We've just completed phase 1 of the 2017 study. And in the next slide, I wanted to show you what it looks like. Many of you know this data actually well. We have shown that in 1999, 4 women were killed per day by an intimate partner, which could have been a current or an ex-partner. In 2009, we saw a reduction. We found 3 women were killed by a partner. And this reduction was in line with the overall reduction of murder in the country. So that was a really good finding. However, we might be doing, I just want you to remember, we are doing work with numbers. And behind each of these numbers is a woman killed by someone who is close to her. And here we are talking only about intimate partner. But just about a year ago, on the 24th of August in 2019, Uyuneni was killed by a stranger. Now, this is also femicide. This is femicide by a stranger. He was a postal worker. And so we have found in our studies that 1 in 5 women killed in 2009, a rape was also found, evidence of a rape was found. So this we often refer to as the rape homicides. Now, let me give you just a quick preview of what we're finding in 2017. We have completed about 40% of the data collection with the police, and it does not look like we are going to see a reduction. We're very concerned that it's very likely to be between 3 and 4 women killed by intimate partner per day. So for the message here is what we're seeing, that intimate partner femicide is not decreasing in the country. And so we really still have the same problem that we saw even before 2009. We hope that we can share the data for 2020 with you, but that's still a long way off. Now, the next thing I just wanted to remind you is that I wanted to show you the trend of issues around, I wanted to talk just to tell you that if we look at all the women killed, the proportion of women killed by intimate partner doesn't look like it's decreasing. It used to be only 50% in 1999. It was 56% in 2009, and we're likely to see it around 58% of women killed by a partner in 2017 is killed by their so that means of all women killed, intimate femicides is the leading cause of death of women who are killed. I briefly just wanted to talk about firearm-related murders. We saw a dramatic decrease between 1999 and 2009, and we'd hope this will continue. But reports on the implementation of gun control and crime reports suggest that gun violence is increasing. Now, the injury mortality study, which is done by the Burden of Disease, collects data on non-natural deaths. And they looked at homicides and suicides and motor vehicle accidents. And they also collected data for 2017. And I wanted to show you what they are finding in terms of gun homicides. It does not look like there's a decrease in gun homicides. About 35% of all male homicides are gun-related, and 26% of all female homicides are gun-related. So I'm requesting that we really do need to look at strengthening, and earlier one of the members talked about the importance of strengthening implementations of our laws. The last slide that I was going to present to you, I was going to tell you about some qualitative work that we've done about trying to understand who are the men who kills their partners. What do we know about them? And this is based on qualitative studies done with men who were convicted of killing their partners. Now we know that these men do not kill kind of out of the blue. It's not out of a blue event. There is a history of abuse in these relationships, and he might have threatened to kill her. We know the men who kill have a very strong patriarchal and gender inequitable worldviews, and Rachel will continue to talk about this when she talks about drivers. We also know that these men has a history of very difficult childhoods. And these traumatic experiences during childhood which could be different forms of adversities like child abuse or loss of a parent, really impacted on the development of the men's personalities. Their sense of self is affected, their attachment to important figures are affected, and this leaves them generally unloved. They feel as if they're inferior, and they feel powerless, and they seek ways to gain respect and to gain power. And they do this through abuse of the partners. We also know that they have poor relationship skills, and not surprisingly, they have poor mental health and often use substance like alcohol and drug. We know many of the men was raised in poverty, but femicide is not a problem of poor men or men from rural settings. We know that it happens across different households. I'm handing over to Rachel now, and she will continue on the discussion and on our work on drivers and prevention. Rachel, over to you.
Unmute Mama Rachel, please.
Thank you very much, Nai. And I would like to greet everybody again and say thank you very much for inviting me, as well as Naima, to speak to this 2020 Women's Parliament. In the interests of time, I'll carry on. If it's possible to have the slides, that would be good, but I will otherwise carry on speaking. Naima's provided a really important overview of the problem of gender-based violence in our country and the magnitude of the problem. And I think when we start talking about who are the men who are involved in femicide, it really sets us up for beginning to ask key questions and understanding the drivers of violence. And we know that we live in a particularly patriarchal society where women are massively disempowered, And this is really the root cause of violence that women experience. Violence against women by intimate partners is only one part of the form in interpersonal relationships. We see violence against children in child rearing, violence among children in the teenage years, violence by patients against staff in hospitals and vice versa, violence used by teachers in our schools, violence used against neighbours when they offend against in their neighbourhood. And so we see violence used repeatedly, and this use of violence feeds into the overall problem of violence against women. Poverty is key, low education is key, and as Naima mentioned, it's not just that poor people are the only people who use violence or experience violence, but poverty drives other factors that intervene with the overall and to elevate the overall experience of violence, one of which is the individual level factors of poor mental health and substance abuse, as well as poor communication and relationship conflict within relationships. We also have this massive problem in our society of abuse and neglect of children. And children who are exposed to trauma are much more likely to grow up, if they're girl children, to experience violence when they're older as intimate partners. And if they're boy children, much more likely to grow up to perpetrate violence. So we need to understand these set of drivers as being interrelated, and our responses must map onto these. So what are the key things we need to do? We must reduce poverty as part of our work overall to reduce violence against women. And we must work to enhance school completion for both girls and for boys. We need measures to promote gender equity across society and in our communities. And we need to take concerted action to reduce all forms of violence in our society, including violence used in raising children. We need vigorous gun control. We need to reduce harmful alcohol abuse. We need to extend our funding for mental health services and support for programs with lay counselling. We need more vigorous enforcement of protection for children, parenting programs and support for vulnerable parents, young mothers, very poor mothers, and to bring fathers into their full role as parents, both emotionally as well as economically. And we need programs that build gender equity and counter the use of violence throughout our community. So there are a range of different measures required. Some of these measures involve using interventions, and there's been a lot of research to try and support our understanding of what can we really do that will make a difference. We know that cash transfers make a difference, cash transfers to women, and that would include, we hope, our social grants program in this country. We know that if we combine economic empowerment programs with social gender empowerment programs directed at women, that these can really make a difference. But also bringing men into gender and economic empowerment programs is vital. We recognise that men generally have much more access to resources within our society than women. But having said that, when we're trying to bring very poor men into discussions around gender empowerment, it's vital that we acknowledge the poverty that those men face and the enormous stresses that places on their lives. And so economic empowerment of poor men, combined with gender transformative programming, is very important as an intervention. We know that parenting programs, particularly around the time of the birth of a child, and particularly with a strong element of bringing in fathers, is very important to reduce both child maltreatment as well as partner violence. Community activism programs take a long time, but if they try and address harmful social norms and gender attitudes and the use of violence, they can be very valuable. There are valuable school-based interventions, although the ones that are successful have been delivered outside school lesson time by people coming in using participatory methods over a long period of time. We know we can work with individuals and couples on their use of alcohol, and that can be incredibly beneficial. And when we think about interventions that are important to reduce violence, we must remember the incredibly marginalised group of sex workers who face extremely high levels of violence within our society. And interventions to try and provide them with empowerment and reduce alcohol and drug use in that population can reduce their exposure to violence by clients, the police, and by other male perpetrators. And those are incredibly important. So we have a range of different forms of violence prevention interventions that we know are effective. And the Gender and Health Research Unit, through the What Works to Prevent Violence Against Women and Girls programme, has done research on this and has documented it. And we have evidence that can be accessed. So what does this tell us about the role of legislation and parliaments? Well, I think it's absolutely critical that we remember that because we have this diverse range of drivers of violence, that we actually need laws to promote action and policies and oversight over a whole range of different areas of our society. And these can impact women's experience of violence. So it's not only an issue that needs to be addressed by the criminal justice system, much as we welcome new sexual offences courts and the new personal identification and verification application system that's being introduced into the police stations. And we also really welcome measures to try and ease access to protection orders and child maintenance. So I want you to remember that child maintenance is one of the most wide denial of child maintenance payments, the most widespread form of financial abuse of women and children in this country. And we really need to address that. So there's a critical role of the legislature in bringing in policies, promoting policies, oversight. Particularly, we now must add oversight of the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide and its associated structures, as well as implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide and its budget. Need to do to support an end to gender-based violence and femicide. We need resources, and we must have resources allocated from the National Treasury for measures for gender-based violence and femicide prevention. We need this effective parliamentary oversight. We need a basic income grant because we have to reduce the most severe poverty in our communities. We need to enhance school completion. Preschool education needs resourcing, teenage pregnancy prevention, homework support, and oversight of the Department of Basic Education's measures to prevent dropout, and action to ensure that this school year is protected as far as possible. We need gun, alcohol and drug control with enforcement of measures, reductions, efforts to prevent corruption within the measures, and action, firm action on illegal guns and on harmful alcohol use and drug use. We need resources for every prevention programme to address harmful masculinities, resources to strengthen mental health programmes, funding shelters and programmes, because supporting abuse is key, and then stronger enforcement of legislation and research. So I want to conclude by saying we know what we need to do. There's been 3 decades of research building our body of evidence. And the key challenge for us as a country and for all of you as parliamentarians is to ensure that there's political support and funding for the programme of work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jakes and Professor Abrams. That was very insightful, and I think as women attending this Women's Parliament, we are very pleased with that kind of work that you are doing. I will call upon Mr. Khumalo of Sonke Gender Justice to enlighten us with your speech. Thank you. You've got 10 minutes, Mr. Khumalo.
Thank you very much, moderator. Deputy Chair of the NCOP and Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Chief Justice, all protocols observed. Moderator, we sent in presentations. It seems we have a problem, so I will speak through because I realize my colleagues could not see their presentations. My presentation I've entitled What to Do About Men's Violence Against Women, because as we talk about the legal interventions we need, I do think that an important element is also to focus on the role that men should play in ending violence against women. As we are all aware, violence against women in South Africa is at a chronic crisis. We have almost 5 times the rate of the global average. Women are not only safe in the public space, but they are also not safe at home, and women are not safe in their workspaces. Violence against women is a daily lived reality for many women in South Africa. It is no wonder then that the president calls this the second pandemic next to COVID-19. Part of the challenge, of course, is the attitudes that our people have with regards to gender-based violence. Some of these attitudes are not very helpful. There are people who excuse the violence that we see in our society, either by blaming the woman. You will hear people often say, she must have done something to him. He's such a nice gentleman. He can't do things like this. Those are all excuses that actually make it easy for perpetrators to do these acts with impunity. Sometimes the cause of the violence is how we as society justify some of the behaviors. When women are raped, people ask the wrong questions. What was she wearing? Why was she wearing a miniskirt? As if that is permission for people to be raped simply because of what they are wearing. As we all know, rape has got nothing to do with what we are wearing. It's about power. It's about the patriarchal notion where men feel they own women's bodies and therefore can do as they please. Women who wear long dresses, women who are in their own homes, women who are old, infants as young as 2 months get raped. One can't justify that they are raped because of what they were wearing. So some of these attitudes, I want to argue, unfortunately perpetuates violence against women in our country. There are also the notions where women are blamed for their own violence, where there's victim blaming. Why did she go to the tavern? Why did she drink? As if that in itself provides enough justification for these kinds of behavior. And all these attitudes, unfortunately, are aiding and abetting violence against women that we see in our society. We also have myths in our society. There's always the argument that violence happens only in poor communities. It happens in informal settlements. The truth of the matter is that gender-based violence happens everywhere. It happens in Sandton, it happens in Randburg, and yes, it does happen in Tanzania and in Soweto. But the common denominator is that where you find men and women, you will find the element of violence against women. There's also the myth that victims of gender-based violence provoke the abuse through their inappropriate behavior. The truth of the matter is that perpetrators of violence need no provocation to carry out acts of violence. In fact, they carry out violence at the slightest of provocation, sometimes on things that are very straightforward, and people resort to violence simply because they think they can do that. These myths need to always be called out, because so long as we perpetuate them, we make it permissible for perpetrators to feel that what they are doing is acceptable. So what are the interventions that we have in the country at the moment? We have a legal system, we have social interventions by civil society, And I want to suggest today that we need to look at what I call a combination response. A combination response. The Deputy Chief Justice, I think, laid out a very powerful presentation at the beginning of this meeting. If I had my way, I would say that should be the textbook for training of judicial officers at the Justice College, so that none of the judges and magistrates should sit on the bench without having gone through what Justice Kompempe said, because I think it was excellent in laying out the context in dealing with matters of gender-based violence. We have in our country the Constitution, which is very strong, speaks very eloquently on the need to deal with the challenges that we are talking about today. We have the Domestic Violence Act, very comprehensive, not ably implemented, of course. We have the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act. And then we have the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicides, which the President signed early this year. Very important piece of intervention that provides a comprehensive response for us as a country on how we should deal with the challenges of gender-based violence. So what is the challenge? If we have all these policies that speak so eloquently on this matter, where is the gap? I want to suggest that we might be celebrating these progressive laws that you as members of our legislature have enacted, but the implementation is still very, very poor. There's still a lack of confidence in the justice system. As we all know, we are told by researchers that only 1 in 9 rape cases are ever reported. We have high levels of impunity because when one looks at the conviction rates of the cases that are reported, only about 8% results in prosecution, and even less result in conviction. There's the fear of secondary victimization of victims, which happens in our courts, either by the defense lawyers or sometimes failures by the criminal justice system generally. And so the legal justice is not only the only form of justice that women are seeking. Sometimes women are looking for alternatives, and not only to take things through the courts because they are frustrated that the systems in the courts may take too long and may not necessarily end up with a resolution that is happy for everybody involved. I want them to suggest, colleagues, that one of the things we need to focus on is the need to work with men, particularly on this issue. Because I will argue that we can never resolve the issue of violence against women without engaging men, challenging men to change the narrative of what I call risky or toxic masculinities that are at the center of the culture that we see of violence against women in our society. It is key, therefore, that we advance the notion of equality and equity, and we reduce inequalities to improve lives of women in our country. We need to promote behavioral change in men and boys through the identification and promotion of positive notions of masculinities. In other words, that it does not mean that as a man you always have to exert power and privilege in order to express your manhood. You can always relate to women counterpart with dignity, with respect, and still retain your dignity as a man. There are social interventions by civil society, and I think Rachel Jukes and Professor Abrahams have laid out some of the work that is being done by different organizations, including our own organization, in an attempt to try and deal with the challenges that I have outlined. We have the National Strategic Plan that I have referenced, which is a comprehensive response, bringing all stakeholders together, ensuring that we march along the same line in our response to this challenge that we are facing in the country. The combination I'm talking about, honorable members, therefore, is I think we cannot resolve issues of violence against women simply through the criminal justice system. We don't have enough jails to put those people that are deviant and are perpetrating violence against women. Our jails are already full.
As you conclude.
So we need to look at a combination of responses, and those include emphasis on what is referred to in the National Strategic Plan as prevention. That means how we work with young boys in school, work with men on issues of what I call positive masculinities. And I think it is through those kinds of interventions that we can see the important move in creating a new culture in South Africa where violence against women is no longer a scourge. That requires all of us to put shoulder to the wheel. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kumalo, for that very good presentation. Yes, I agree with you on that one. That is the type of men we need in this country. We will move now to Dr. Gankaka of the Sanex men's sector, who will share with us their response plan on gender-based violence and femicide.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm just going to be sharing the screen. I hope everyone can see it so that I can start with the presentation. My name is Matime Khanaka. I am from the SANAC men's sector, and I will be presenting on the men's sector response plan to gender-based violence and femicide. Thank you, Chair, and all protocol observed. Now, as the Takonirime men's movement, and in line with what was just presented by colleagues from MRC, as well as Sanke Gender Justice Wafana, is to really look at this side of institutional arrangement. Of course, it's important that we respond directly to the psychosocial issues, but as the men's sector, through the Takonirime men's movement, we really saw the need to invest in ensuring that as the expression, it's a Chilean expression for less than together, on how do we bring men together, and also how do we ensure that there is coordination as well as cooperation between the various stakeholders and sectors of societies who are specifically working with men and boys in responding to gender-based violence. So in this presentation, I'll also just be looking at the objectives, some of the strategies to advance gender equity, as well as focus areas and some of the call to actions. So we launched in 2015, and this was really informed, as the SANAC men's sector, of course, we've been around implementing programs for some time. But since democracy, there has been a significant decline, as it was indicated earlier from the presentation from Rachel and Abrahams, that we saw a significant decline in the early days post-democracy of violence in general, specifically homicide. And within the 18 years that we saw an increase that began in the violence. And as men of South Africa, having been active in this space, we had to ask ourselves a question in terms of why are we not having results? Because ultimately the response to gender-based violence is not one that measures activities, but rather the impact. And one of the diagnoses that we made when we launched was that part of the challenge is that our programs around responding to GBV it's uncoordinated, it was disorganized, it was in silos, and we did not really have platform to drive a cooperative, coherent response. And so through the Takonirime men's movement, we looked at how do we institutionalize a responsive men's movement. And we looked at the 4 objectives to say, in that institutionalization of organizations that are working with men and boys, we really need to invest in coordination. And we looked into men's parliaments that I will touch later on, and also to advance a men's charter. Earlier we spoke about, we touched on a women's charter in the opening. And we realized that as men of South Africa, we broadly, there's documents like the constitutions, there's various policies But focusing to men, it was important that, we follow the footsteps from the women's sector by establishing a men's charter which guides the psychosocial response from us as men. And also we looked at the point on how do we make sure that our programs, we have a 365-day program of action, as was mentioned by the Premier of the Western Cape, and looking at how do we shine a spotlight of those men who are community developers. And one of the areas which my colleague, Bafana Kumalo, touched on was around understanding, and those definitions of a man. And in our engagements through the men's parliaments, that has been quite critical, because it is ultimately the definitions that we have in our understanding on sex, gender, sexuality, that often drive these toxic masculinities, which then drive and manifest themselves in forms of gender-based violence. And so that's a critical question and engagement that is ongoing within our programs. And of course, also in terms of the dismantling of patriarchal norms, it's important that we really look at how do we engage on issues of masculinity, particularly hegemonic masculinity, which ultimately drive and legitimize the men's dominant position in society and justifies the subordination of indeed common male population, but also women, children, the LGBT community, and other marginalized ways of being a man. And so, which in itself, with hegemonic masculinity, this issue of authority, leadership, command, power, and predominance that predisposed to those toxic masculinities from a community perspective, and they move into gender socialization where we raise boys and girls very differently, leading to power inequalities, social inequalities, and ultimately entrenching a patriarchal society, and that loophole feeds on itself. So the many issues that we discuss within these platforms, and how do we practically engage with the dismantling of patriarchy, as well as a culture of gender-based violence in South Africa. We often are activated by explicit forms of violence in the form of rape, murder, molestations. But I think it's important that when we engage with men, particularly, it's very critical that we bring the understanding that violence is systematic. There is no isolated incident. The attitude and actions of the bottom of the pyramid reinforce those that are higher up. So explicit violence is ultimately the top of that pyramid. At the bottom of that pyramid is the daily activities where we normalize violence through problematic language, the victim blaming, the sexist comments, homophobic, transphobic comments, as well as some of the views that we have, the rigid gender stereotyping and traditional gender roles, whether it's through glass ceilings, views that women belong in the kitchen and so forth. And those ultimately translate to acting them out through degradation, where there's harassment, verbal abuse, and then graduate to now removing autonomy and ultimately to explicit violence. And also within our engagements within these platforms as the men movement is to ensure that we look at the issue of justice and how do we deter a crime, particularly through making sure that there's detection, arraignment, so that people are presented, to the courts and prosecution. But this is not just about the criminal justice system, as the previous pyramid of violence and culture of GBV has shown. Even within our social and community systems, we need to ensure that, particularly as men, we hold each other accountable, because ultimately, even in the context of rape, the prosecution rates are quite dismal. In 2018, it was literally less than 1% of those who've actually committed rape who end up in jail, and the majority do not even face any form of accountability, because the cases are simply not reported, and even those that are reported, very few of them end up facing trial and ultimately being convicted. And so as the Men's Parliament, we really, as I spoke about the issue of institutional arrangement, we want to ensure that there is accountability, we entrench the rule of law, as well as public participation. So the principle of men's parliament is that it's universal, it's entrenched in society, and no one is left behind. In the spirit of Takwane Rime, as I said, that we ensure that we stand together within that context. And I'll expand on it in the next slide, but we also ensure that we look at the issue of men's health by making sure that men, we are looking after our health as men. We do have quite a quadruple burden of disease in South Africa: HIV, TB, non-communicable diseases, as well as even in the context of COVID, but also mental health issues. And of course, the focus is also on violence, as I stated earlier, that over the years, recent years, in the last 8 years, there's actually been an increase of violence by 37%, where we had a reduction of 55% in the first 18 years of democracy. And so it's important that we respond to these systematic challenges of violence in a systematic manner through the process of men's parliament as men. So we met at the National Men's Summit, and just like when we had launched, we centered this process within the presidency, so that, I mean, it's important that the center does hold and there is convening of all sectors of society, whether in private, in civil society, and in government. And ours, of course, is the behavioral change program. So central to that was the Department of Social Development. And in launching the National Men's Summit in 2018, we then commenced with the process of the men's parliaments. And since then, we developed a structure that once every 2 years, we will meet at the National Men's Parliament as men of South Africa represented by the 9 provinces. So in 2018, in November, we launched the National Men's Parliament with set, and currently on our way to the National Men's Parliament 2020. And in the same year, we launched the Provincial Men's Parliament, which are to sit annually. So once every year, men within the 9 provinces convene, and all 9 provinces convened in 2018 when we launched. And last year in 2019, unfortunately, only 3 of the 9 provinces set, but we do trust that we will correct that by making sure that we entrench and sustain the sitting of the men's parliaments, as the institutional arrangement is central in our view to the response of gender-based violence, particularly ensuring that there is accountability, but there's a clear program of action. And so we are currently engaging in planning for the annual provincial men's parliaments. And we also, last year in July, we launched the district men's parliament, which sit in districts, in all 52 districts. We launched it in July, and thus far we have launched 23 of the 52 district men's parliaments. There was a disruption, partly due to COVID, but we have quickly adjusted to sit virtually and ensure that we launch all 52 districts, and also
as you wrap up, Doctor, thank you very much.
That all 226 district municipalities are also launched, so that all the programs that we engage in on the ground, the campaigns, the
Doctor,
various men's dialogues,
thank you very much. Your time is up.
So that we create a platform where there is coordination, where there is coherence, and there is intersectionality in terms of the stakeholder engagement through the Parliament, which are centered in the Speaker's offices from local all the way to national.
On a point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
The Premier.
On a point of order, Chair. Doc seem not to be hearing you out. Can you speak louder to Doc to hear?
Thank you, Doctor. Your time is up. Thank you, Chief Whip.
Okay, sorry. Thanks for that. Just maybe in the last slide.
No, Doctor, there's only 10 minutes been allocated to every speaker.
All right,
so thank you very much. It was very insightful, but our time is up. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
We will have a video on, is it an input? It's not a video. The Gender Pay Gap by Professor Boss of the Stellenbosch University. Thank you. Dr. Boss, Professor Boss. Sorry.
Honourable Members of Parliament, esteemed guests and fellow participants, it is an honour to speak at the 2020 Women's Parliament about interventions to address the economic inclusion of women in South Africa. Today, I'll share the work about future directions for gender pay transparency that I've co-authored with Shimon Barrett, a research fellow at the USB. I trust that the recommendations that are made may find their way into the legislature to advance the economic inclusion of women in South Africa. The gender pay gap has recently been much publicized internationally and locally, and although there is reluctant acknowledgement that such a gap exists, factors influencing the gap are often regarded as a fact of life for women. Reasons for the gap are wrongly regarded as women working shorter hours than men, having lower levels of education, or just not being suited to high-paying jobs. It is estimated that 37.9% of South African households are headed by women. Female-headed households are approximately 40% poorer than those headed by men, and 48.2% of female-headed households support extended family members, in comparison to 23.1% of male-headed households doing the same. Women prioritize spending on household and parenting responsibilities, and they have a longer life expectancy than men. Economic dependency of women also leads to skewed power relations in favor of men, where gender-based violence may occur and be perpetuated. The attainment of pay parity for women's financial independence and societal worth is significant. Similar to the Women's Charter in 1954 and the Women's March in 1956, we, the women, have an opportunity to be responsible and informed of the legislative action that we propose. Our approach has never been to rush and destroy in a misguided attempt to act, but rather to first tap into the knowledge and wisdom that we have. Some of the transparency mechanisms that I will recommend today require a phased approach to ensure that the unintended consequences are ironed out before more stringent policy is implemented. Recommendation 1. Key data about women's economic participation, such as the data governed by the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, should be made available to universities and research institutes to do analyses and reporting towards a tracking of progress, not only for listed, but also for unlisted entities and their governing bodies. Universities are key agents for societal good and are ready to partner with government on these important issues. Recommendation 2. International studies on the pay gap highlight that industry type was singled out as the biggest contributor to the gender pay gap. It is evident that government has spent a lot of resources to train women in technical skills in male-dominated industries. It seems that women are not permanently employed in these industries after training. Post-training, permanent employment for women in male-dominated industries should be incentivized and regulated. Recommendation 3. We suggest a further strengthening of pay reports as mandated by the Employment Equity Act by refining the measures used in the income differential statement. Reports should continue to be lodged with the Employment Conditions Commission as a first step, with consideration to phasing in the publishing of company data more publicly in future, once implementation problems have been resolved. Reporting that is too generic, as is presently the case with the income differential statement in South Africa, conceals structural inequalities, leaving policymakers to apply a one-size-fits-all approach instead of targeted solutions, which is necessary since different interventions are required for women on the pay distribution. Where you lie on the pay distribution matters, and policy interventions should differ. A rapid gain could be made if the JSE expanded its interpretation of King 4's stipulation that the organization remunerates fairly, responsibly, and transparently by mandating standardized, aggregated gender gap reporting in annual reports through the listing requirements for employees in the bottom, middle, and top of the wage distribution of an organization. Such gender-specific reporting, covering the main inflection points in the wage distribution, could inform targeted policies to close the gap in listed companies. Recommendation 4. An employee's right to query another employee's pay could be problematic in South Africa due to a person's right to privacy and confidentiality. Despite the issues regarding the Protection of Private Information Act, the legislature should seek to give an employee a right to obtain pay information when the employee is attempting to prove a claim in terms of Section 6(4) of the Employment Equity Act, in which case the correct comparator is needed. Recommendation 5. We propose that pay audits are mandated for designated employers. A key differentiator between a pay audit and a pay report is the analysis of pay groups found during a pay audit. Such analyses would enable employers to track and eradicate unfair pay discrimination. The final recommended measure is ensuring that companies discuss, as a separate issue, equal gender pay, including pay audit results, during collective bargaining. Due to the conflicts that have arisen around collective bargaining in South Africa, we suggest that a soft law be introduced to the King Codes as a matter of good remuneration governance. The last comment that I'd like to make about gender pay transparency is that international and local experience tells us that legislation should specify duties of employers and that there should be penalties for non-compliance. In conclusion, much has already been done in South Africa to positively influence employers towards just pay actions. Like all transformation projects, much still needs to be done. The time for further responsible and informed action has come so that gender pay equality can be an achievable reality and not an improbable ideology. May the work that we've done towards policy change reach the coalition of the willing. Thanking you for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Siri.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, who will chair with me the next session, which will be the interactive session. Deputy Chairperson, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Gillian, and thank you also to the Honorable delegates and participants. We want to commend those that made the inputs. It was really a true feedback session, report back. We could see that there is a lot that is happening, a lot that is being done. But I'm going to give back to you, Honorable Gillian, to take at least 5 questions from the floor. And after that, we will take at least 5 questions from the virtual platform. and then we will allow for those that make inputs, if at all there is anything that they want to respond to. But all members must just remember that we are not going to allow you to speak more than 2 minutes on the platform and in the house, and we will time you because we know that we've been busy for a very long time already here. So back to you, Honourable Gillian. Can you please facilitate the session?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Please use the raise your hand when we go to the virtual platform.
The members in the House, I'm going to allow one speaker per party and 2 minutes each. So we'll start with the DA, ACDP, Freedom Front Plus, UDM and ANC. We only have 5 speakers for this platform, and the other 5 will come from the virtual platform. So I will call upon the DA if there's any input.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes.
On a point of order, Chair.
Who's speaking?
We have submitted the name of the EFF, and on the other program the EFF was noted on. So I don't know why on your program it's not noted that the EFF is going to speak.
Member, can you allow me to?
When we respond there, we are going to allow parties to make their statements as per the program. For now, it's an interactive session that we will take randomly people to speak, to ask, to make inputs or questions. But we are still going to have the specific identified speaker of the parties after this.
Thank you for the clarification, Deputy Chairperson. We don't have the EFF represented in the chambers. So we are going to allow the DA 2 minutes, ACDP 2 minutes, Freedom Front Plus 2 minutes, UDM 2 minutes, and the ANC 2 minutes. This is for this interactive session. Can we get the speaker from the DA first? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for convening this very important occasion to discuss issues that affect women in our country. I thought the speakers were very informative. What I did want to ask is on the role of men in actually combating gender violence in our country. I know in other African countries, they've implemented something called consent classes, and that is where they teach young men and women about, I think, gender-based violence, about female empowerment, and about the autonomy of the female in society. So I'd like to know if there are any programs like this being initiated in our country, and how we can possibly absorb that into our strategic plan to combat gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will move now to the ACDP.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to use my minute and just allow for Bronwyn Litke to take on. One of the things that I just want to highlight that we have all heard is the impact of maintenance, the failure for fathers to maintain the economic support to the wives and to their children. And it is one of the things that most attributes to the vulnerability of women. And we need, as parliamentarians in this House, to take it up and ensure that our courts will respond, as well as the current laws that oversees that men need to pay it. We need to do something more. We need to do more. And as a legislator, we need to look at what do we do more. That is what I want to add. Bronwyn?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm part of the NPO called SA Women Fight Back, and something that's come to our attention actually over the past few days is the issue of rape kits. There was an article released on the 26th of August stating that all of the police stations were stocked with rape kits. That very evening, our NPO called 35 police stations. Out of these 35 police stations, only 7 of them had rape kits. 2 did not know what rape kits were. and 5 of them did not even bother to answer the phone after we tried for 30 minutes. For us, this is unacceptable. If people are standing up and saying that all of the police stations are stocked with rape kits, they have to be stocked with rape kits. Our victims cannot be going to report a crime and being turned away, and this is why these cases are not going to court, is because of lack of evidence. So for us, this has to be addressed, please.
Thank you. We will move over to the Freedom Front Plus.
Chairperson, thank you so much for that input. Specifically civil society, I enjoyed the presenters, and I think they made very valuable inputs, very assertive. My question would be in terms, and I heard Mr. Khumalo speak, and it was actually because of him that I got this idea. Institutionally, women are taught that it's because of the way they dress. It is because of the way we as women do something that we are raped. And I had an interesting chat to a colleague of mine, and he also said the fact of the matter is, how weird is it, and how do we change society? Because we instantly second guess a woman when she says, I have been raped. I spoke to a university student that said, yes, because girls say they are raped, but are they actually? And I think that's a big culture, and I don't know how to change that. So I would like to hear from the speakers as well, and Mr. Khumalo had very great inputs. How do we actually change the way we talk about rape, change the way we talk about GBV, to not be the stereotypical thing, but the institutionalized thing that it has become? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. The UDM, are you in the chambers? Okay, yes. Can we move to the UDM member in the chambers?
Thank you, Chair. The UDM would like to know what can be done to get the government departments to work in a synergy, in a situation where when the police, if they do get the criminal or the perpetrator, then we get the courts to prosecute instead of giving the bail and all that. And to also say the correctional services on the other end, they will give parole for this criminal to go back out into the community and do the same crime. What can be done to get these departments to work in a synergy? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will move over to the majority party, the ANC in the chamber. Chief? Okay.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'd like to say thanks for the invitation. It's a great honor to be here. And I'd like to say thank you to the great social interventions from the various civil societies and government legs. But as a woman from disadvantaged communities, would like to talk about the issue of economic empowerment. I think in this conversation, we could have at least had some ministers who are going to give us more insight on that, or MECs, talk about the violent issues in our townships, particularly here in the Western Cape. Premier Ellen Wind also mentioned an issue of measuring, where is it? Targeting and measuring the progress. So we'd also like to hear more on those targets. What are they targeting, particularly in the Western Cape, and how is it being measured? Also, the Western Cape is the breadbasket of the country. We would like to see more black females, because economic issues do make us kind of vulnerable as women, which is why we succumb to these kind of abusive relationships with the opposite sex. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Gillian. May I continue? It will be difficult on the virtual platform to identify specific people from parties. Can we just raise the hand function, and the first 5 hands that we will see? Besides that, we will allow EFF 1, and then the other 4 hands we will take. EFF, you can continue. If there is anyone from the EFF that want to ask a question for the 2 minutes, besides your statement. If none, can we see raise hands here?
My name is Piwaba Mato.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I'm audible, Chairperson. My name is Piwaba from the EFF.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What I wanted to say, Chairperson, is that the inputs were quite good. However, from government departments in particular, we have these policies that we are being told about, and these programs are being implemented, and also what are the consequences for people that fail to actually implement and do their work. Why I'm saying this is because we have a lot of issues that we're dealing with, especially as young women. Issues of police that release perpetrators without any consequences. We have issues of judges that give perpetrators suspended sentences or low sentences. We also have an issue of where government itself has been found central in the brutalization of women, particularly with the sterilization of HIV positive women. So, and there's been no conversation throughout people that are actually at the center of centrally victimizing or secondary victimization of women and victims. And then also one other thing that I wanted to raise is the importance of whenever we have these conversations on gender equality and women LGBTQI plus community. It has been really discussed. Their issues have been really raised in this.
Thank you, Piwaba.
It does not only affect women advocating for our erasing them. Thank you very much.
Ask for 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Can we now allow Martinique Marinus? Martinique Marinus? I see the hand is on the raise your hand function. Zandile Majosi.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon, the House. My name is Martinique Marinus, and I represent the Federation of Trade Unions of South Africa. I've heard to the speakers today, and it's very, alarming, the issue of gender-based violence. From our side, we would just want to appeal to government to help us ratify Convention 190, which was adopted at the International Labour Organization last year in Geneva. Now, this convention and recommendation, it speaks about, eliminating violence and harassment in the world of work. We address issues from a worker's perspective, because what we've discovered, there's so many inequalities within our workplaces. There's huge salary gaps between men and women. And it's time, and I'm appealing to this House to please help us, let the country ratify C190 together with recommendation 206. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marinus. Zandile Majosi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. From the IFP, it's two concerns and maybe questions that would be answered by the previous presenters. The issue of us dealing with the pandemic of drugs as a society, because we must not ignore the fact that young women are involved in drugs and have been swallowed by drugs, and what is it that we want to help them with, and how are we going to make sure that they get help, especially women from the communities of rural areas. How will they get help to make sure that they are assisted in mainstreaming their lives? And also the program that was said here of Boys to Men programs, where they teach boys how to be men. we have not seen those programs in communities. Communities have never reported that there are such programs in them, and especially in rural areas as well. I will emphasize on rural areas because those ones are the most who are sidelined most of the time. So those programs, where are they? Who should be contacted, and how they should be communicated with in order for them to be invited, even if there are dialogues. That is all, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zandile Majosi. Griselda Grootboom, did you lower your hand? Griselda Grootboom, did you lower your hand?
No, Chairperson, thank you. No, I didn't. I just lowered it for you to know that I was there. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I'm Griselda Grootboom, representing Chairperson, can you hear me?
We hear you, Griselda. You may continue. You may continue.
There's a issue, but if you can hear me, it's fine, Chairperson. I'll still grab my question. My name is Griselda Grootboom, and I represent all the survivors of sex trafficking and those who have exited from prostitution. Also incubated under Embrace Dignity. My question basically is, Chairperson, with the NSP strategy plan, I do not see any support for the survivors of sex trafficking on the grants of how they're going to be establishing their lives and how they're going to get back to it. And also, when we speak about the gender-based violence itself, the increase of rape has been a lot. So with everybody pushing to legalize prostitution, where prostitution itself is a form of violence, how are we going to be dealing with issues of somebody that is sort of choosing prostitution as a job and call it as work, but in it itself, you get raped and violated? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. That deals with the questions. We will now request that some of the speakers, if the minister is still on the platform, we will also request that she possibly respond to the issues of the NSP. And if the acting Deputy Chief Justice is still on the platform, we would like the Honourable to respond to the issues of the judiciary. And then few of the speakers, the two professors, and also the speakers from the main sector, and Bafana from Sonke Gender Justice. Any one of you can respond. We allow you. Honorable Gillian, I'm sure you are in agreement with me.
Can I, Honourable Member, can I respond? This is Naima Abrams here.
Yes, Prof.
Okay. Sure. Okay, I want to respond to the first question that was asked about men and intervention with men. And it also overlapped with the question around cash transfers. Now, we have done research where we looked, and we look at two aspects of prevention. Primary prevention, which is preventing the violence before it happens, and secondary prevention is what we call response, is when the violence has happened and we want to prevent it from continuing further. So we have done and tested intervention in eThekwini, where we combine what we call gender transformative interventions with cash support. We are of the opinion we should never just work with men. We must work with men and women in communities. We need, and what we have shown over 18 months, when we took the men and did the gender transformative work, which includes building their skills around relationships, understanding what does rape mean, the issue of consent, we found after 18 months, men were using less violence against women. So we've got really good evidence that, that there are work that we do with men that works. It's the issue about scaling it up and taking it and understanding how to scale it up. I will stop there. I just wanted to tell you that we in South Africa have got some of the answers. We just need to use it.
Thank you, Prof. Bafana. like I said, any one of you can respond. Is the minister still there?
Sorry, if I could come in and just build on what Professor Abrams has said. I think it's very important that available through structures linked to the National Strategic Plan that we do implement evidence-based programming. And I think gender transformative programming with men and women of different forms has been shown to work, but we do need to make sure that the right programs are implemented in the right way. And there is guidance around that, but I think it's incredibly important. And economically empowering women is an absolutely key part of those interventions. But the economic empowerment is best linked to programs trying to educate women about women's rights and about gender equality. And I think it's incredibly important that we recognise the need and the value of that work, and to try and really help women to imagine what their world would look like with greater power and greater right to challenge men, and more support for women as survivors of violence, because it's essential that we link that in. And I think it's very important that we do address the issues around maintenance. It's absolutely key. And I just wanted to take up one other issue that's been raised, which is about women being blamed for rape. And I think it's very, very important that we do address rape stigma in communities. And I'd like to ask us to start with one thing, which is to stop talking about alleged rape perpetrators, because we don't talk about people who have allegedly stolen a handbag or allegedly broken into a house. We don't talk about people who are alleged victims of theft. So please, can we stop talking about alleged rape perpetrators and alleged rape, and start from the premise that if somebody says they've been raped, that we believe them. And if somebody's accused of rape, that they may well have done it, just as somebody accused of theft may well have done it. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Hughes. It's just on the issues of the men's sector. Anyone can respond? Or someone from social development? If our participants is not here, let me in advance just indicate that we will in any case make sure that all the participants receive a report of this event, so that we will also be able to engage those that are supposed to respond to some of the issues that have been raised, so that we can continue with our program. It's already, we have already progressed far in the day, and we will give back to Honourable Gillian to preside over the session where parties will make their statements. Honourable Gillian, over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. And thank you for everybody for the interaction. Deputy Chair, we will start with the statements of the parties, and I see the DA, Honourable Clark.
Chairperson. No, it's a point of order. It's a point of order. I just want to raise an issue that I'm concerned about, that, you know, we're all here and the questions were raised, and yet they were not responded to. And, you know, the members of the executive are supposed to be, you know, ministers should be here to answer some of the questions. The Minister of Women was also online. She gave a speech earlier. How come she, you know, she didn't address certain issues? Because otherwise this becomes a fatal, you know, process whereby we're just here like having a talk shop. So this needs, you know, questions that needs to be addressed, and things that you say, like, you know, at the end of this, there should be resolutions that are taken so that we can move forward on this. So I'm just a little bit, you know, puzzled and a bit concerned that, you know, looks like we're not taken seriously.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Deputy Chairperson, I will hand over to you to give us the clarity on that one.
Thank you, Honorable Gillian. In actual fact, I was already busy trying to follow up and to find out, because no one indicated that they were leaving the platform, unfortunately. If we had apologies, we would be able to address it immediately. And I didn't want to apologize on behalf of anyone, because all of us committed to this event today, and that is why I did not apologize. I just thought that we will definitely take it up with all of the invited speakers, because we invited them and we thought that they knew that they have a commitment to be here. So to the delegates, to them, we can apologize for that. We will definitely take it up, because it's not as if we are very happy with what is just happening now. But we thought that let us continue with our program and in the meantime find out what is happening. That's why I gave over to Honorable Gillian.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, for the clarity. Can we move to Honorable Clerk of the DA to come forward for the statement?
Thank you, Chairperson. I would really like to thank civil society for the input they've given here today. We heard some excellent points that have been raised, and it really gives us as legislatures some food for thought, what we need to be doing going forward, and how laws should actually be changed in order to address this very important issue. August is dedicated to the celebration of women. This is when we focus on and recognize the achievements of women who have excelled within their own fields. Countless women have contributed greatly to the welfare of society and many successes within South Africa, often with scant recognition. On the 9th of August 1956, 20,000 fearless South African women from all walks of life took to the streets of Pretoria to send a message to the apartheid regime. We as women will forever be grateful to those brave souls. That day in history marked a turning point in the struggle for freedom and democracy. It showcased the strength and resilience of South African women. Yet sadly, 26 years since the dawn of democracy, South African women are still at the mercy of the evil scourge of gender-based violence. I'm honored to be an elected representative in this House. It affords me the opportunity to make a difference in people's lives and to champion the rights of women. The two are inextricably linked. As leaders, as women, this is our role. I come into contact on a daily basis with women who have their own stories to tell about their struggles they face within society. For far too long, women have been subjected to sexual exploitation by powerful men in return for jobs, their vulnerability exploited, their pursuits for economic freedom continually subjected to sexual abuse by those positions of authority. Many of these women refuse to come forward to report these transgressions because they would lose their jobs and livelihood. Many of them are the breadwinners of their households. Just last week in this very parliament, when MP Nazli Sharif gave a heart-wrenching account of her own experiences, she was crudely heckled by a male MP from the ANC. This was repulsive and nauseating, to say the least. Is this the kind of behavior from leadership we should be subjected to as women? I would like to share my own experiences during this commemorative month. I spent most of my time in hospital in the past month fighting for my life after being tested positive for coronavirus. I thank God for giving me the strength to ensure that I'm here today participating in this very important debate, being able to speak out about strong women and the struggles we all share on a daily basis. I heard a comment, why am I here? I have been tested negative, and my medical physician says I got the virus so aggressively that I would never get it again. So thank you, God, for that. In hospital, I had two very strong women in my ward also fighting for their lives. Mrs. Sheikh shared a bed next to me. Her husband passed away from the virus during that very time, and she was unable to attend her own husband's funeral as she was fighting for her own life. Still, her daily inspiration to us in our ward was remarkable, praying for us every morning, ensuring she shared her strength with us, giving us hope to recover fully. To the wonderful women who formed the part of our medical teams that looked after us, putting their own lives at risk to ensure I recover under extremely challenging working conditions, I salute you and the thousands of unsung heroines. We need a president who can act now. Do not tell us about another national talk shop that has been established. We already witnessed firsthand the fraud and corruption that runs rampant in this COVID-19 pandemic. Enough is enough. We need to see backlogs of DNA testing addressed so that the perpetrators are arrested and successful prosecutions are realized. For years we have been told that steps have been put in place to deal with GBV femicide. And still every quarter the crime stats tell us a different story. The President said yesterday in this House that all police stations have rape kits. I can assure you that that statement by the President is not factual. I conduct regular oversights to police stations and I know the reality on the ground. We need a law enforcement agency in this country that ensures that when women come to report these horrific crimes to our police stations, that they are treated with dignity and they deserve the service they get, not treated with contempt, making women feel that they are the perpetrators themselves. This is lamentable daily, a daily reality in every police station. Women in distress who report domestic violence at our police stations are not taken seriously. Protection orders are not enforced, despite the purpose of a protection order being to prevent the reoccurrence of domestic violence. This must change. Today, I would like to pay a special tribute to a young woman in our country who was a victim of GBV. Leandra Jegels, known as Baby Lee Jegels, a talented sportswoman, a world champion in karate, the continental and South African female champion, as well as the WBA Pan-African boxing champion. She had a protection order against her boyfriend. On the 1st of August in 2019, a warrant of execution was issued for his arrest for threatening her life, but was not followed through. 2 weeks later, her boyfriend shot and killed her as she was traveling to the gym to train. What's worse is her boyfriend was a member of the tactical response team as an officer for the SAPS. Baby Lee's life would have been saved if her protection order was executed. Her life would have been saved if her boyfriend's warrant of arrest was executed. This did not happen. An innocent life was taken in the most gruesome way, and this could have been prevented if the law enforcement agencies in our countries simply did their jobs. I salute you, Baby Lee, for your achievements you made and to your life. I lament the utterly preventable loss of your young life. If we are to fight discrimination and injustice against women, we must start right now. We are tired of being taken for granted. Justice delayed is justice denied. Honourable Chairperson, action speaks louder than words, and we need action right now. Enough with the platitudes. I thank you.
I see the Honourable Ngwenya from the EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me greet National Chairperson, Commissar Veronica Mente, our Treasurer General, Commissar Ompile Maudu, our DSG, Commissar Popi Mailula, and to all the beautiful, strong, and fierce women of the EFF all over the country, Africa, and the diaspora. Chairperson, I am here to speak on behalf of all those women who are merely subjects on inquiry to most of you here. I am here to speak on behalf of the 48 women who were a subject of the Commission for Gender Equality report on forced sterilization of HIV-positive women. President Ramaphosa, on his Q&A session yesterday, said it is not good that these women have been forcefully sterilized. Today, in his recorded speech, he says, I quote, "It is not correct to ignore deafening cries of women and children for justice," I close quote. Yet he has ignored and neglected the CGE report on forceful sterilization on HIV-positive Black women. These women are victims of state-sponsored violence, which discriminates and hates Black women, and particularly despises HIV-positive women, because it wrongly assumes that they have no agency and perhaps blames them for their HIV status. Dr. Zweli Mkhize has on record said that these women must prove that they have been sterilized. And yet today, in this women's parliament, the deputy speaker of this parliament said, we must, I quote, "We must be responsive to abuse suffered by women and children." Is this the response he was referring to? These women are still waiting for justice, and the state has totally ignored them. I am here, Madam Chairperson, to speak on behalf of thousands of sex workers, some of whom, like Elma Robin Munsumi, ended up dead in the police station of this country, simply because the state makes criminal of them for merely making a living out of means society still frowns upon. I am here to speak on behalf of the thousands of lesbian women who are subjected to what is wrongly known as corrective rape in this country. They are raped because they are women who choose to love differently, by men who think they have a divine right to determine how women must love. I am here to represent women who have to stand by helplessly and watch the courts of this country let rapists and murderers of their little innocent girls walk away with just mere suspended sentences, to watch in fear and disbelief when these men kill their infant baby girls and these monsters are given bail of a few thousand rands to continue roaming the streets and causing more pain and harm. On behalf of all these women, Chairperson, and many more who are assaulted every day by their partners and then get turned back at police stations to go back to the very abusers, on behalf of those who report their rapists to the police, only to see those rapists walking the streets and boasting about their abuse, we are here to tell you that we have suffocated enough as the women of this country, and something must give. The plight of women in this country, the seriousness of gender-based violence, the permanent scars it leaves on women must never be reduced into a PR exercise, because these lives are real. We need the reform of the criminal justice system done with great speed. There are a number of bills, Chairperson, sitting with the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services since February this year. This committee is dragging its feet. These bills must be processed with greater agency. The so-called National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide will remain a useless document if there is no mechanisms to hold line departments accountable for the roles assigned to them. We need the Department of Small Businesses to be empowered to be able to play a much stronger role in supporting women-owned businesses in order to free these women from depending on men for their livelihoods. We need the Department of Social Development to work closer with police to provide shelters for women in abusive domestic relationships. We have tabled these proposals before countless times, We've spoken about building the capacity of the police, about skilling up both our prosecutions and the judiciary, so that perpetrators of these crimes do not come out of the criminal justice system with a mere slap on their wrists. You know what needs to be done, but you are failing to do it because deep down in your hearts, you are still vulgar patriarchs as the leaders of this government. We will take it upon ourselves as the EFF to force you to do what is right. Economic freedom fighters will establish very soon a gender-based violence help desk to assist all these poor Black abused women in this country to get justice. We will get justice as women, and we will never rest until women are able to walk the streets of this country without fear. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Commissioner Lady. Albongwe.
Thank you. I see the Honorable Mazozi of the IFP. Can I also request the members who are going to deliver the statements to move to the front, those who are present in the chamber, please. Honorable Majosi, are you here?
No, I'm on visual, Chairperson.
Okay, you can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to honorable members and the dignitaries that I invited. As we're nearing the end of August, the month dedicated to honoring the brave women who fought so fearlessly for equality, we must take a hard look at the reality of the fate of women in our country. The Constitution's vision of an equal society is drenched in the blood of defenseless women brutally murdered at the hands of the men of our country. As the IFP has emphasized before, we cannot talk about generation equality while the women of our country are fearing for their lives. We cannot talk about building women's right to dignity, security, and safety while we are witnessing a war on the women of our country. Monday, 24 August, marked the one-year anniversary of the horrific rape and killing of Uinene Murekiana by the post office official. We raised, we cried, we demanded action, and yet every week we read of yet another woman, yet another child being mutilated and killed by a man just because he can. In the time of talking is over. For too long, GBV has been making headlines, and the government has been making empty promises. Yes, we have a national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide, but how long are we going to take to implement it? Honorable members, where is the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Council? The plan and vision for it to be constituted by April 2020. However, here we are at the end of August 2020 and no council has been established. Again, more empty promises. We simply cannot tolerate this any longer. The IFP demands urgent transparency on the establishment of the council. Honorable members, today we have listened to reports from across the country on the various programs implemented in order to address the scourge of GBV. A curious omission in many of the presentation that is of the fate of our rural women. Where do they belong in our efforts, and how have their voices been excluded? We know of the particularly vulnerable position they are in. This particularly due to their limited access to information because of the systematic exclusion of the rural community in technological advancement. This disconnect means that they are not kept abreast of national developments and do not have consistent support or information when it comes to claiming their rights in their situation. The IFP strongly supports initiatives focusing on providing greater financial independence on women. It is undeniable that this plays a big role in making women less vulnerable to abuse in relationships. However, we need much more visible protection for the women in our country. Pandemics exacerbate vulnerability, and as a result of COVID-19, rural women have been less have less access to police service. The IFP has on countless occasions emphasized the urgent need for more visible policing, especially in rural communities. The training of police officials in dealing with victims of abuse is also a critical matter. Too many women report secondary victimization at police stations, and there are far too few reports about sanctions against these officials. The IFP is also very concerned about the reports that victims of abuse seeking protection orders are being told that they need to serve these orders to their offenders themselves. This creates further secondary victimization. The IFP demands an urgent national investigation by the police ombudsman on secondary victimization at police stations across the nation and more visible sanctions for the officers responsible. We cannot allow our rage against this monster of GBV to be pacified. We need to demand action from the government. We need accountability for funds that have been made available for fighting GBV. We demand harsher sentences for perpetrators. And lastly, we demand that the GBV and Femicide Council be established urgently. In the words of the Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, I quote, "The struggle for this generation is for social and economic justice. Yet our greatest weapon from the struggle of the past is still our greatest weapon now." That is something we need to understand. It was our belief in democratic ideals that sustained us through the onslaught of capital oppression, discrimination, and hatred. It was the trial for democratic ideas that brought us, this country, to the threshold of change and delivery, and delivered us safely into freedom, unquote. Our greatest weapon now as women is to stand united, stand for our values, and stand for the worth of our people. Lastly, Chairperson, I will quote what Ms. Tembisile said on Twitter, which touched me a lot. I think it will also touch many other women, that I once told my rapist to use a condom because I am HIV positive. Not because I was protecting him, but his other victims that have been victimized before and even after. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Majosi. I see the Honourable Breed of the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, before I start my statement, let me just say this. I am truly disappointed about the manner in which we started today. This is not how we as women are supposed to handle situations or each other. This is not conducive, and by disrespecting each other, we are giving men the go-ahead to also disrespect us. But just on that, Chairperson, let me get started. The theme for today is advancing. Madam Chair, there's somebody interrupting me, Gloria Fanta, if she can maybe just mute her mic. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will start again. Madam Chair, the theme for today is advancing our collective efforts to end gender-based violence and femicide. But this is exactly the problem. Our collective efforts are failing. Some say it is because we do not have collective efforts. New legislation, like the soon-to-be introduced domestic violence bill, is a step in the right direction. But such efforts will be futile should we continue failing to implement that which we already have. And I'm so glad that the Honourable Clark and the Honourable Majosi and the Honourable Ngwenya have mentioned this before, and I really think it is something we need to focus on. We can spend millions of rands on safe houses and employing more social workers and creating more legislation. But if we do not do the basics, if we do not ensure that protection orders are served and enforced, if we do not ensure that victims of abuse are treated as just that, victims, if we do not ensure police officers that are themselves guilty of abuse and harassment are charged, if we do not ensure that abusers are held to account, we will never win the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. In a previous debate about GBV, I told the story of my friend Susan and her struggles with getting a protection order. I told of how the police requested her to phone her now ex-husband and to find out where he is and whether they can serve the protection order. I told of how she was phoned days after requesting she make contact with her abuser and to get a copy of the protection order because the police failed to do so. I told of how the magistrate's court and a female magistrate, Nohal, did not want to grant an eviction order of the abusive ex-husband merely because the house was in his name. And I asked the question whether my friend Susan will be the next victim of femicide because the system failed her, because those that are meant to serve and protect did not. And this got me thinking about almost exactly a year ago, as the other speakers have said. I remember Uyunene and I remember Baby Lee and the many other women that we all know and that we read about that have been killed and abused and has since not seen any justice. Baby Lee Jiggles was killed by her ex-boyfriend, and as Honourable Clark said, she had a protection order against him and he was a police officer, and yet that did not stop him. He still killed her in cold blood. Someone that was tasked to protect our woman. And my question is, whether had he not died whilst fleeing after her murder, would he have been prosecuted? Because we hear of many stories of police officers that rather protect their own than protect their actual victims. And these are only two examples of how we are failing our collective effort to combat GBV and femicide. We as women are taught and encouraged that when we get abused, we need to stand up and fight against this discrimination. We need to take action and we need to apply for a protection order against our abuser because this will protect us. The police will protect us, but the statistics are shocking. 5% of women whom are killed had protection orders against their murderers. 145,000 applications for protection orders were processed during the last year. And just 87,000 of these applications were granted interim orders. But it gets worse. Only 50,600 were made final protection orders. And only of these 50,000, only 17% were served on the abusers. This is unacceptable. We cannot allow this to happen. We need to get back to our basics. But during yesterday's question and answer session, the president took offense because someone said the council appointed to address GBV is merely a talk shop. But it is, as a matter of fact, just a talk shop because meetings regarding GBV are continuously postponed or are late, as today's meeting bears proof. Presentations are wrong or absent, and a year later, we are still talking and nothing has been done to curb the scourge of gender-based violence. We as a parliament are failing. We are failing our women. We are failing ourselves as women. And we need to stand up and we need to be the change that we want to see in South Africa. Madam Chair, I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Breed. I see Honourable Soekers of the ACDP. Members, can you please mute your mics while we're still in sessions?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. It is my submission to this House that nothing will change until such a time that the leaders of women that are sitting in this House shift the way we do things. Nothing will change. We will come here, we will speak, we will be partisan, but we will fail to leave a legacy like the women in 1956. We have to change the way we do things. We have to unite in heart, because without it, we are never going to change this country. Things will change when we show up together with activists and advocacy groups at police stations where there are no kids, rape kids. Things will change when we show up together as women, regardless of what our party regalia is. Then things will change. But until such a time, we will give speeches, We will do what we did here today and nothing will change. It's up to us to become the leaders that a generation that has been waiting for. Honorable Chair, today I want to welcome with me here in the House Bronwyn Litke from SA Women Fight Back, an online community of over 250,000 women who are harnessing their collective power to fight against gender-based violence. Violence against women and children is symptomatic of a fractured society and the breakdown of the nuclear family. Economic disparity and inequality sustained by systemic failures in our health, education, and justice system perpetuates the seemingly never-ending cycle of violence that is gripping this nation. Reciting it doesn't change it. It is the hearts of men that changes the systems that they govern or manage over. The reality today is that 26 years after the advent of democracy, mourning has not yet broken for millions of South African women. We are our mother's daughters, us here in this house. My mother taught me the courage, both in a life and in a death. She walked out of a relationship with an abusive man with 2 teenage girls and a young toddler. Her boldness would cost her years of hardship economically, of living on a farm and being evicted after 30 years, then living in a shack with the sand on the ground as a floor. I would only see my father again after 30 plus years in his coffin. My mother had many mantras. Among them were, a woman never lets her children go hungry. En moenie op 'n man vertrou vir jou môre nie. She worked as a domestic and sold clothes on weekends. Today, I know that it had cost her every ounce of resilience, but also that her great humility was born out of a deep suffering. There are millions of Betty Annie Rexes out there, abandoned economically and forced to live a life of terrible hardship. We are their daughters. We know their stories. We now become their voices. Everything rises and falls on leadership, is a quote by John Maxwell. In the book of Esther, the uncle of the young queen says to her, in the midst of a crisis that faces her people's very existence, he says to her, who knows if you did not come to this place of influence for such a time as this? Our society is caught in a cycle of violence. Helplessness and apathy in the face of this crisis are the biggest obstacles to changing the narrative and the story of both the current and the next generation of women. We cannot call evil good and good evil and believe that our nation will prosper. Gender-based violence hides in the silent voices in the face of sexual, mental, and economic exploitation of women and the children they raise. The sexual abuse of children is our silent pandemic, and the linkage between sexually explicit material and the role of pornography in perpetrating violence is missing from the National Strategic Plan. We cannot, in the face of escalating violence against women and children, ignore the research available that points to that link. Further, we cannot ignore that most women are homeless and without a place to call their own, putting them at the mercy of benefactors, many times at emotional and physical cost. As you
conclude, Member Soekers.
Lastly, Chairperson, as leaders, I want to address this House. We must recognize the time. And just like Esther, consider that we came to a place of influence for such a time as this. Let the daughters of women who live through oppression of the worst kind, let them show leadership and ensure that the measure of our leadership is in our actions. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Soekers. I see Mrs. Nonjendia of the UDM.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings, sisters. We are gathered today here because of the mothers who were brave enough to hold the bull with the horns when the apartheid regime was oppressing them. We are told that they came from all walks of life when they went to march to the union buildings. That gives us a lesson which says women issues have no political boundaries. Gender-based violence has no political boundaries. That tells us that we should be united. We should be fighting this scourge together as women because it is perpetrated by men. So we have to stand up against men as women and start telling them it's not about men or women, it's about us as a nation fighting this, because even if you are a man, it's your daughter, it's your sister, it's your aunt who's being abused. So we have to hold hands as a nation. Today, as I stand here, a day before this year's Women's Day, mothers, sisters, aunts were laid to rest in Sterkspruit in Eastern Cape because they were accused of witchcraft. And nothing is going to happen to the perpetrators. We have seen the story of that young girl who went to school without a mask, and she had to go back and get the mask, and she was raped. And there's nothing that's going to happen to the perpetrator. We call on the government to do something about the way the departments are working. Unfortunately, I thought we were going to be told when I raised that question, how are we going to make sure that when the police arrest the perpetrator, that person is prosecuted and that person must serve the sentence. That person has a life after serving the sentence, while the victim has no more life because the victim is dead. We live in a situation where we see our mothers and our sisters being violated on a daily basis. And we live in a country where the perpetrators have more rights than the victims. The perpetrators still get bails and get out, and they get sentences where they get paroles and they get out, while our sisters, our mothers, our children are getting killed. So it says to us, we have to start thinking. We have to think out of the box. We have to start saying, when we call, my colleagues, when we call for 50-50 representation as women, we are not calling for 50% of bodies that are going to go there and be the cheerleaders. We are not calling for the bodies of women that are going to go there and be the audience. We require our sisters that we put in positions of power to represent us. We require our sisters to be the formulators of the laws and the policies that govern us, because we are here today talking gender-based violence because we have no protection. The law protects the perpetrators at the moment. Because when you violate my rights, you should forfeit yours. Why is it not like that in our laws? We need people who are in position, women who are in position of power, to advocate for women issues. They must be there to represent us rather than representing themselves. We need women to stand up and to be strong in this time of difficulty. Mothers, let's put aside where you belong, because we all belong to God. We don't belong to a political party. We belong to God. We belong to one another. We are sisters. we are related
As you
because we are here
conclude.
to help one another. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see Honorable Kuswayo from the ATM.
Thank you, Chairperson. All protocol observed. Whenever looking into the topic of femicide and gender-based violence, it is important that we look at it in the South Africa context. It is imperative that we examine our past, analyze our present, and from an informed position, we navigate our future. A future where a young girl can be assured that she will no longer be subjected to any form of degradation in order for her to get a job or actively participate in the economy of this country. It is appalling that 26 years of democracy has not made women's position better in South Africa. Today, it is 64 years later after a heroic stand that women of this country took against a barbaric, horrific, and demonic system of governance that was designed by white people of this country. Chairperson, gender-based violence is a symptom of a very sick society, a broken nation. It is not what the women fought for in 1956. These great women left a legacy that compels us today to fight all forms of degradation of women in all spheres of our society. We need to ensure that as we look in this topic of gender-based violence, we look into a family unity, deep rural areas at Mount Fletcher or Nongoma, but not stop there, Chairperson. We must look into the informal settlement of Alexandra at the township of Kwamashu, Umlazi, all over the country. It is high time, Chairperson, that our government introduce a tangible change that will help women in abusive environment. It is our belief as ATM that this country put its citizens first, that is put South African first, reinvent microeconomy for South Africans, reinvent informal trade for all South Africans. There will be a change in this country. We are tired of bearing young ladies because of dependence on men. It is ATM belief that when women are liberated economically, there are less chances of them becoming the victim of gender-based violence. In conclusion, Chairperson, I wish to salute all victims of gender-based violence and femicide. Allow me to name just a few of them. Those women who were brutally killed in our country, Inene Mkhwejana, Zolile Khumalo, and many more fallen flowers of our revolution. As women of South Africa, we want them to pick up the spear and fight on. Fight until women are free. As ATM, we urge our government to introduce justice-based capital punishment, which is equal to death penalty for all heinous crime. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I see Ms. Ne from the Good Party. Ms. Ne from the Good Party. If they're not here, we will move to Ms. Tanya Kleinans from the NFP. If they're not here, we will move.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Who's here?
Am I audible?
Yeah. From which party is that? Tanya Kleinans.
Honorable.
Who is talking? Is he now on virtual? Okay, so it's the Good Party that's on virtual. Ms. Ne, are you there?
Yes, Honorable Chair, it's Mrs. Nare.
Is it Nare? You can continue.
Nare.
You can continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair. I would like to start by saying that one way or another, we all find ourselves caught in this web of gender-based violence and femicide. We all know someone who is either a victim, a survivor, or perpetrator of violence, whether we are aware of it or not. And this scourge requires a collective effort between government, civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, the private sector, members of society, and that includes men and women, boys and girls, pulling all together to fight this common enemy that is domestic and gender-based violence and femicide. This collaboration that is linked to feasible, realistic, and timeless plans can facilitate the provision of essential services. And we must also acknowledge that the policies and strategies are nothing if they're not successfully implemented. And the progress also needs to be monitored and evaluated. This also requires that political will and resources have to be in place. Honorable Chair, I seem to be interrupted.
You can continue.
Can I continue?
Yes, can you switch on your video?
My video is on.
Then continue without it.
Honorable Chair.
Nara, you can continue.
Yeah, I seem to be having a problem with my video at the moment.
Okay, you can continue without the video then.
Okay, thank you. As I was saying, as good, we are calling on government to prioritize organizations and initiatives that are doing the hard work on the ground on behalf of victims of violence and survivors as well. And we are saying that shelters that are providing services must be considered vital because they provide essential services. Chair, am I still on?
Yes. You can continue, Ms. Nara. The members who are on virtual, can you please mute your mics when you're not speaking? Ms. Nara, are you still here?
Yes, I am, but I don't seem to be able to connect to the video.
No,
Chair.
leave the video, just continue. Continue speaking.
Okay. As I was saying, action-based partnerships that we create with government must not be tied up in the red tape by departments, or else we won't progress. And for us to eradicate this disease, we need to recognize the root causes. Otherwise, this problem will persist. And this also includes that we need to identify social ills and behavioral traits that lead to unacceptable behavior and conduct. Society should unlearn the culture of violence and actively promote gender-sensitive, respectful, and non-violent culture. The culture of us reacting violently to our children at home only teaches them that if someone does not comply, then violence and intimidation is necessary. From a young age, girls learn to tolerate being violated by boys and men because they deem it acceptable. Boys grow up thinking that being physically stronger gives them power to dominate and control others. Honorable Chair, much has been done by police and our judicial system. However, systematic challenges in our police services and courts often put women and girls at risk of continual victimization, and this prevents their access to protection and justice. Economic empowerment of women is key because it will then tip the socioeconomic scales and address the gender power relations by giving females the financial dependence to stop tolerating abuse and the confidence to leave these relationships. This will also eliminate the gender ideals that link masculinity to provide a role and then femininity to submission and victimhood. As our good leader Patricia DeLille so eloquently put it, gender-based violence is a disease that affects and infects the whole society. There is no vaccine for it, but it needs the whole society's action to combat it. I thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nada. I see Tanya Kleinans of the NFP.
Hi, Chairs, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, distinguished guests. I'm Chief Tanya Kleinans-Sidras, representing the National Freedom Party. I wish to acknowledge our party president and leader, Ms. Sibi, and also the uncelebrated matriarchs that have gone before us. I cannot speak of 26 years. I speak of 368 years of generational violations against our matriarchs and patriarchs, but in this case, I will focus on the matriarchs. We have to break the silence. No longer can we tolerate, no longer are we going to stand aside and see our mothers, our daughters being violated in the manner in which they are. There's a pandemic out there, one that needs to be acknowledged. I want to focus on a recent case of Leo Williams, a very sad situation that had happened in Langville in St. Helena Bay, one that ideally should have been avoided. It is this kind of outcry of mothers where we are not rallying with each other, where our children being shot, crossfire, because of police not being able to hold back, police not being able to have some form of restraint, to shoot randomly within communities. How can this be? In 2010, look at the victims in Hout Bay. 3 people were shot with their left eyes. Today, no compensation, and we are silent. We can talk about protocols, we can talk about declarations, we can talk about ratification, but if we are disconnected from leadership positions and society, then we have a serious problem. It is time that you start listening to the voices of the victims and not speaking down at the victims. How would you know what is good for them? Each one of us sitting here cannot deny the fact that we are not directly associated in some way to some form of violation, but yet we are silent. When we have an opportunity to change policies, why don't we do it? Why don't we reflect? Look upon our own lives and say, this is the difference that we need to make for tomorrow, so that we can leave behind a legacy of true change. I don't want to dwell anymore, because I know if you reach within your hearts, you know what should be done. Atuatama namske.
Thank you. I see Councillor Arnold from the AIC.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good afternoon to everybody in the House. I think when we speak about gender violence, gender-based violence, and femicide, sometimes we speak about it because we do not understand it. And we are not victims, we are survivors. And that's what we must understand. Speaker, Chair, thanks for the invitation, and I want to say that the inauguration of the Women's Charter for Effective Equality 26 years ago was because by the adoption of the 1993 Democratic Constitution and the 1954 Women's Charter. Not only did the 1993 Constitution envisage a government committed to gender equality, but it also created the Commission of Gender Equality, which was retained in the 1996 Constitution. On being that, despite the Constitutional Court declaration of 2004 that made beneficiation in estate wills was unconstitutional, women are still being excluded from inheriting from their husbands. Why am I saying all this? Because we are dependent on our perpetrators. We are dependent because they give us what we need. We are not given by ourselves. Despite the gains of the Women's Charter, such as the rising of women into positions of power and influence, e.g., Mpumzila Mlamba Mluka, the Executive Director of the UN Women, Honorable Thandi Modise, the only and first woman in South Africa to have led both the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, respectively. And Maggie Risa from Matatiel, who helped organize the adoption of the Freedom Charter in 1955. As women, we find ourselves at a crossroads, where suddenly we are forced to flee from the very same people whom we fought alongside against apartheid. On a daily basis, we are confronted by the countless murders of young women who should be the baton carriers for the struggle for the emancipation of future generations. Women such as Karabo Mokoena, such as Lauren Dreyer, whose case is still carrying on in the High Court of Gauteng for the past 3 years. A little girl called Shanice Tala that was raped by her own uncle and he could not take it. He decided to commit suicide in jail. Little Ansia in Orange Farm that was picked up in a dumping space. Fidos Marshall in El Dorado Park that was doused with petrol the other day and set alight and left to die. Where are those people's voices? What are we doing? Are we going to carry on by having pamphlets made, by having billboards, by having talk shows? Where's the action? We need action. Women are standing here and expecting us to ensure that there's action of what is happening towards them. As a country, we are facing an evil, Chair, an evil that seems hell-bent on robbing the country of its most important resources, its women and children. The government has a solid responsibility to create an enabling environment for law enforcement. And yes, many that spoke before me spoke about empowerment centers not even having rape kits. Yes, it's true. Yes, it is true, there are no rape kits. And when you get there, you are being interviewed as if the cops are counseling you. They have no right to counsel you, but to take your case and take it to court. Harsher sentences will act as a deterrent to these crimes. We no longer have the luxury of time to conduct seminars. I've said that. And webinars, and post billboards and placards. Why? How many of us are riding around with posters that was made in 2006? How many of us do have flyers at home of 2018? How many billboards have we paid and how much have we spent? Have you saved any of those survivors? Have you done anything for them? Do we journey with them? Do we journey with them, or do we just say, ah, shame, in the name of Ansia, this will not happen again, but we leave them and we don't journey with them?
As you conclude, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I conclude, I want to be part of a generation that will bring an equal future, and I assume that all of us here are on the same page. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I just need to check if there is any rep from COPE in the house or the PAC on virtual platform. If not,
if they haven't indicated,
yes, Honourable
If they haven't indicated, let's continue, please.
Yes, I will, Honourable Deputy Chair. I see Honourable Hendricks from Al Jamaa on virtual.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Honourable members of Parliament and everyone present, I feel the pain bodies are very high in this meeting, and I therefore greet you in the name of peace, and may peace and blessings be on you all. My name is Fatima Hendricks. I'm a social worker. Our teachings tells us that men and women are equal in terms of spirituality. Men and women are protectors, guardians, helpers, and friends of each other. Women can be involved in all spheres of social and political life as long as her family is her priority. And the family is where things go wrong, and which is part of the problem. I like the story of Asiya, the adopted mother of Prophet Moses, who defied her husband Pharaoh's severe oppression because of her belief and spirituality. She also defied a system of severe oppression at the cost of her life. I am proud to say that the women also defied a bad system by participating in the political and social life of South Africa when the women rocked the Union buildings in Pretoria on the 9th of August 1956, when they marched in mass. Women came from all corners of South Africa. The struggles of the 1960s, the 1970s, and the 1980s have shown the strength and commitment of women in the fight against oppression. This fight continued during the 1990s. Now these powerful women are rising up against crime, gangsterism, drugs, gender-based violence. Our constitution is established on the equality and dignity for all South Africans. Section 9 of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, specifically prohibit both the state and any other person from unfairly discriminating against any person on the basis of gender. But despite this clause in our Bill of Rights, we find that Muslim women and women from the Hindu and Jewish faiths married according to their own religious rights are still being discriminated against. Because when their husbands die, their death certificate shows never married. I will be married 45 years in a few days' time. And if me or my husband should die, our certificate will show never married. This will harm my dignity as a woman. Children born from such marriages are also regarded as illegitimate. We have repeatedly asked the Minister of Home Affairs to remove this undignified entry of never married and change it to widow or widower on our death certificates, which the minister turned down. South Africa is recognized as an equal society for women, and as a nation, we must urgently address the increasing and horrific gender-based violence against women and children in our society. We call on the government to give more constructive support to shelters for abused women. The Ihate shelter in Heideveld on the Cape Flats survive with the minimal support NGOs can offer. This shelter pays 12,000 rand per month towards rent, as the building belongs to the provincial legislature. We call on state legislator to speed up the registration and funds to shelters for abused women to enable them to play a constructive role economically, politically, and socially in society. Women who are in privileged positions also have an important role to play in helping and empowering victims of abuse. Women who have achieved healing and who have become survivors can also help women in emotional and psychological abuse, as many women do not suffer physical abuse, but do suffer from psychological and financial and emotional abuse. We need to change our attitudes to regard this kind of abuse as equally devastating as physical abuse. Our National Parliamentary Constituency Office In Surrey Estate, 10 start an armed response unit where women will be removed from dangerous situations and refer them to shelters.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable.
Thank you very much, Madam.
I see the Honourable Mkontlo from the ANC.
Yes.
Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Wathinta umama. Wathinta imbokodo. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Let me greet everybody that is here, the Chief Whip in our midst, the women from the different political parties that are here. Let me also greet the women that are joining us in the virtual platform, that were all, I think, important on this particular day. And I think our journey is enjoined in the hip, because I think, as it has been indicated, all of us as women sit with the responsibility to tackle the current challenge that we face. We may, actually we are allowed to mess up this opportunity by, as the member of the ACDP was here said, choose sensation, choose to throw at each other based on the party positions that we're standing, and miss a great moment in history where we as women emulate exactly what the women of 1956 did, to stand together and say enough is enough for the sake of our lives. I'm raising this, honorable members and ladies that are here and women that are here in this time in our Women's Parliament, that unity of purpose becomes what can actually drive all the things that we seek to aspire for. I think everybody who has spoken here from different elements is challenged and is actually troubled by the current situation of women. And therefore, in our differences of how we tackle the problem, we must never falter in forging unity of the cause of the same women we pronounce to represent. Because if we continue to do that, Honorable Speaker, we find ourselves dividing the same women we claim to be representing. I'm raising this because as we speak in these particular platforms, we come here with mandates of the women that we represent. Asizisanga zibhaji zethu neziqo zethu kuphela in this platform. It becomes then important that we tap into that understanding amongst ourselves, that we are here as voices of women because we are women ourselves. Being failed by technology at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I think as we were speaking here today, we recall once again, I think the situation that was mentioned here of the reality and the conditions of women still in 2020. The recent killings of 3 women in Stegspruit, whom we would want to continue to applaud the initiative already, or the response of our justice system that already has ensured that the perpetrator does not receive bail. And this is the type of a justice system that we require. And what it needs from all of us women, from civil society, omama abakhoyo apha nakwindawo esisuka kuzo, that we must continue to engage the NPA and all other justice, part of the justice cluster, to ensure that our voices as women in terms of transformation of the justice system for the betterment of women is heard. Also, it is important to recognize, as we sit here around the issue of the rape kits, that last year we lost to the road accident one of our brilliant young women, the late Deputy Minister Baveli Lehlongwa, who amongst others took upon this particular fight of using also her responsibility to visit. And I think that work was continued by the honorable member, one of our youngest, Nompendulo Kachwa, who is a member of this parliament, who also has visited different police stations to actually support and strengthen the work that has been raised by the civil society here around the availability of the rape kits. And I think that particular call must go to all of us, that we strengthen this work by visiting through our organizations these police stations to ensure that this work continues. We must raise that indeed the situation of women continues to be a challenge. Here, yesterday, we had the women in Wine who were having a protest. Let me quote for you Vivian Kleinhans, who owns African Roots Wines. When she says, enough is enough, the larger wine brands have reserves, but black-owned wine businesses don't have that luxury. We are first-time rounders, and we don't have generational wealth. And I want us to underscore, as we engage in this women parliament, what she raises, which is generational wealth. It is wealth that has been built over time. And such wealth that has been built over time is the basis of the national grievance in this country, where others were subjected not to necessarily have such wealth and therefore be scabies to others. And that is a reality that we must confront as women, and we must be truthful to each other, because our unity lies in the truth. And as we speak truth to power, we must then accept that we live in a patriarchal society, which is why today we talk about the spike of gender-based violence, which indeed didn't even have the respect of the pandemic of coronavirus. That 2 weeks into the lockdown, Minister Cele spoke of almost 80,000 cases of calls that were logged that are GBV related. This is the reality of the stubborn patriarchal system right in our shores, in our houses, in our homes, in our schools, including in our parliaments. And therefore, when we speak as women, one of the things that we must know when we engage about this particular conversation, that we are not immune. We may be sitting in these rooms, the fact that we are women ourselves, whether we are leaders in our own right, we sit in this parliament, we are not immune. We are also mothers, as we sit in these echelons of power. We leave our kids at home who indeed are endangered, given the kind of a system that we have in South Africa, an inheritance of an apartheid segregation between, people on the basis of race. And these are the truths that even in 2020 we must speak about, because this truth has actually been exacerbated and pre-exposed by the coronavirus. It is important, Madam Chair, that we speak at this particular platform, understanding that when COVID landed in our shores, was we were grappling with a downgraded economy, where the vulnerability of women remain exposed. I am sure all of us here, we are aware, and we've seen it in our own communities, where majority of women, when we speak about the triple challenge of unemployment, inequality, and poverty that it has, the face of a woman, and a black woman in particular. And these are the truths that we must speak, and we must embrace them, and we must accept them, because until you name your problem, you can't be able to resolve it. The economic impacts of the pandemic ravaged most established and growing industries, as many had to close as part of the non-essentials during the early stages of the lockdown. And with the efforts of flattening the curve, the loss of income by many, as they had to be directed to UIF TRs that due to red tape got delayed, and other corporates withholding payouts and further exacerbating the financial stress of many households. Women-owned businesses were also not spared, as the gains of economic exclusion are potentially a setback by this crisis, considering the work that has been done to date in terms of de-racializing the economy, that all those who had a chance to take off the coronavirus have actually put their initiatives on hold. As if this was not enough, then unintended consequences of lockdown to women who were then condemned to confined spaces with their abusers. As we had already seen that actually numbers and the spike of GBV was actually very high during the pandemic, which is why the conversation about, the issues of alcohol and their relationship with gender-based violence. We remember many of the names from the Uyinene to Amahle Kuku of Philippi, who some of them were disembodied by their boyfriends and stuffed in a bag to be found next to their homes. We remember Sibongiseni, amongst others in Kailicha. We remember Sina Mulefe in Mutimule, who was stabbed to death by her boyfriend. And these lives, as we stand here, ladies, must then speak to our conscience, so that when we have to speak about this particular situation in 2020, we ask, which are these questions, which are these dialogues that we need to engage in, that must actually start to change the status quo. We know for a fact now, as the presenters earlier on has demonstrated, that the situation of COVID and in 2020 is gonna get worse. And as it gets worse, we know for a fact that there is an interrelationship between patriarchy and the deteriorating capitalist mode of production, including racial inequality, which is the special thing that we found in the South African context through our colonial past and the apartheid legacy. We must further remember that the patriarchal households mirror the market-organized structures and gender stratification, where male predominantly lead the enterprise and become a source of decision-making. That is what we see in our homes, and actually when we get, to both public and private institutions, that reality is actually what we live in. That patriarchy, through a capitalist mode of production, continues to subjugate women. It actually formalizes women oppression in the separation between production spaces, that is in the enterprises, and reproductive spaces. We further note that the deteriorating economy compounds the problem because it has got serious implications, as it was raised actually by one of the speakers and the presenters that came in earlier on, that we are dealing with a situation, a very sensitive and delicate situation of the vulnerability or the attack of male privilege. And as it was indicated earlier on, how some of the men socialized under patriarchy respond to the attack of their privilege and power that comes with the privilege is that they moot violence against women. Therefore, it means as they become more vulnerable by virtue of losing jobs, by virtue of not getting opportunities, because all of us will be sitting with that particular situation as many companies are closing. It means women become the punching bags of the frustration of men as they come back frustrated, having lost their jobs. Ifem ivaliwe ubuya endlini akhuphele stress apha kuwe ungumama. These are the things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. So as we get into this particular conversation, I think one of the speakers was representing ANC in the interactive conversation spoke about the importance of the economic participation of women. Because if we do not do that, bomama, sizawusoloko sisengxakini yokusibona singabantu abahlelelekileyo elizweni lethu. One of the two things I want to leave this podium with, that first and foremost, the battle must be won in the ideas. This is where we need to start ourselves as women and also working with our men. We must commend the men that are supporting the battle of women. But it becomes important, Bomam, that first and foremost, we must be empowered ourselves. The time of us sitting at the back, accepting that we are inferior, has came and it has gone. No longer now must we continue to believe in the old stereotypes. You do not have any reason today, with all the information in front of us, to continue the patriarchal socialization. Sithi abangonozala babantwana. And therefore, with the responsibility and the gift we have of actually birthing life in our lives and bringing people into this earth, we must start to change socialization. We must actually start to treat our girl child and our boy child different than what our mothers and our grandmothers would have done. Iqala ukuthi lento ezindlini bomama. It is important that we win this battle of ideas by continuing to have these conversations that affirm that we are women and therefore we are equal in society. So long as we do not have those conversations in churches, I must say I'm inspired when I go to churches these days that you find that women are taking their rightful place, and actually they are given the space, because indeed, if we talk about the truth, if we talk about, Jesus and what he stood for, he stood for the truth, he stood for justice. And it cannot be at any given point in time that there is a religion that stands on the oppression of women and still speaks about it being part of the godly kingdom. It can't be. And therefore, we need to start having this conversation, Bomama. And this Women's Parliament and all the body of knowledge, Chief Whip, that has been produced over time. This is information that must be shared. I liked Umama Ote earlier on, that as we talk and as we engage, we must continue with the oversight on the ground. And as we do that, we then strengthen the kind of presentations that we make here. As we make speeches, we know that they are informed by the realities on the ground. So it is actually that interaction that we need to ensure that we make and we strengthen. That indeed, even at a local level, land of Nepelele Apa, a parliament, in national parliament. We must see it in provinces and we must demand it in provincial legislatures. We must demand it in the councils. Actually, we must start now to ensure that there is the similar initiative in the council, because that is where women are. These issues must take place there. So this is one of the things, and my last comment is on the economy. Chief Whip, the Speaker of both the NCOP and also of Parliament, that one thing that we must do, and we must do very clear, that we've gone from the women of the 1956 to the point where we are, to ensure that we present our business case as women, that our existence on this particular planet is not a favor to anyone. Now that we have won that battle, and indeed people were referring to 50-50 as one of the things that we have won, we can't go back and fight for battles that have been won. Such a battle has been won for us, and therefore ours is to charge forward and ensure that the 50-50 goes beyond, as one of the speakers was here, beyond women bodies. But actually the situation of women when it comes to economic participation, no longer in our lifetime, that poverty must mirror the face of a woman. No longer in our lifetime, that unemployment must mirror the face of a woman. No longer in our lifetime, that inequality must mirror the face of a woman. So long as that happens right in our communities, we must then know that our responsibility and our task is still not completed. And therefore, for that reason, I want to call upon this National Assembly to actually heighten the work on mainstreaming and integrating women economic participation. And in doing so, Chief Whip and the Speaker, what we are asking, we're asking that at the level of, yes, the Committee on Women, Youth, and People with Disability, this particular committee must start to prioritize the issue of women economic participation. An audit of each and every department, especially the economic cluster departments, that indicates these targets that gets to be set, and when such are set, budgets are attached to them, and actually as Parliament, you support those budgets. What happened every quarter, there are reports that comes to Parliament about performance. And if between parliamentarians and civil society organizations, because the democracy that we fought for and we won actually allows, and right there in the Constitution, recognizes public participation, actually mandates Parliament to ensure effective public participation. So, Bomama, that you are sitting in your own organization, you must make and frequent. Parliament is yours. That is why we spoke about people shall govern. And therefore, you must join committees so that this particular oversight, it must not be a question of you sitting on the other side and asking members of Parliament. You must then start to affirm and assert your own power as civil society and join your public reps that are here in this House on your behalf, mandated by your vote, to actually start demanding accountability around economic participation. Ours is to say, when we sit, we want to ensure in the Department of Trade and Industry, to date, when we speak about enterprises that are existing, that are new, that are funded, how many of those are women-owned? We must be very specific on the questions we're asking. We're not asking general questions. We've passed that stage. We're here now to ask very specifically. If you are a woman from Umbumbulu, you must go into your provincial legislature. And when there is a standing committee on economic development, you must be able to ask the question, how many women in Umbumbulu village are actually participating in this program? When there's a budget, we must be asking those particular questions, because the work that we talk about of this Parliament rests on the active participation of yourselves into the work of Parliament. I'm asking, therefore, that these audits, for me, are very important, and assessing where we are as women. The number of jobs that we are told, that with this infrastructure development program, with the foreign direct investment, we are going to be able to secure 20,000 jobs. Already now, we must have our pen and papers. I grew up during the time of, the 80s here, where Abomama, when they go to meetings, they will always encourage us to come and bring a pen and a paper, and you note things. And this is a very important skill amongst ourselves as women, so that we are able to go to these meetings and note that today it is said that this is the amount of money that is going to be funding A, B, C, and D. And therefore, in that A, B, C, and D, we want to understand where exactly, by when, what is the percentage of women that are going to be participating. Moreover, which organizations of women are going to be partaking in realizing those projects. So I think I want to conclude by encouraging all of us. Fortunately, some of us, we sit in our own political parties. We must be the change that we want to see. It cannot be that we come in these platforms, we may lament women empowerment, but where we come from, we actually accept silencing of women in our own political parties. It starts there. Charity begins at home. Because awuzokwazi ukuza apha eParliament ume apha usikhwaze about participation of women whilst you are sitting in an organization where the voices of women are suppressed and you are keeping quiet. Because if you're doing that, obviously you are an agent of patriarchy. You are part of perpetuating the suppression of women. So as we speak, we must act. as we speak here and we want to see the change to be driven by this one and that one, we must actually demonstrate the ability in our act. So we're saying here, as we're concluding, as I conclude, Madam Chair, I want to really encourage us as women to be reminded of sisterhood. And sisterhood is very important. And I remember during my youth days that we used to sit in this parliament as cross-party political lines. We used to agree that there is an agenda of us as young people then of the time across political lines, where we would be able to say that particular party is going to raise this issue on our behalf. This particular party is going to raise this issue or going to go and mobilize and lobby their own party so that we can win this particular battle of youth. We need to get to that point, Bomam. It cannot help, it's not going to help this thing of standing in these platforms. The only thing that we can do is to lament, these sort of patriarchal socialization that we are emanating from. And I'm appealing on this day for unity of purpose, not just unity because we are, but unity of purpose because where we are now, where we are when we look at our society, because as we speak now, I am sure there is a number of young women, of children, elderly women, whom will be subjected or actually will be reported as statistics of gender-based violence and femicide as we speak. If there's anything that will allow all of us not to unite, it may not be from our speeches. It may be that because of the differences in our political affiliations, we choose not to unite. But if there's anything that can bring us unity, let it be the loss of lives of women and children who get to succumb early in their lives, not of their choice, just on the basis that they are women. So for that and that only reason, I plead for unity of purpose amongst women. And such unity must not only be here in Parliament, it must be found on the ground, it must be found on the wards, it must be found exactly where we come from, so that we start speaking with one voice, because patriarchy is very consistent. Patriarchy, for all these years and centuries, have done one thing and one thing only, to suppress a woman, whether where you come from, which t-shirt you are wearing. Patriarchy knows nothing, but has actually been taught that where there is a woman must be subjected to a male-dominated system. And our battle is not with males. Our battle is with the system. Yabona ke thina abantu abakhulele pha ezilokishini abakhulele eziyoni sinalando kuthiwa lifufunyana mhlawumbe abanye abantu abazoyazi ne kuthiwa in the churches you talk about the demonic spirits. In the demonic spirits and also in other churches you will be told that at times you will exorcise a person with the intention of taking out the demonic spirit in the person. So xa ukhupha ifufunyana ke emntwini ne ngamanye amaxesha uba ngathi ulwa naye kodwa ulwi naye ulwa nefufunyana elikuye. And therefore, as we engage in the battle of dealing with patriarchy, indeed with other males who decide to get stuck with male privilege, we will be viewed as fighting with them. But similarly, as you exorcise an evil spirit, at times you have to fight with the body as the host of the evil spirit. Our intention is not to fight with a male as a person. Ours is to fight the system of privilege that actually is set out at the behest of ourselves as women, because we exist not because men are. We exist because we are. And therefore, we must join, all of us, to work with the other men, ukukhupha ifufunyana le patriarchy. The time has come to ensure that we all unite and we take all these beautiful suggestions that were here from the different people that came here and find a way to localize these proposals and reach out to each other. The NGOs that are here, reach out and find a way how we can take the programs that they are talking about into our communities. I thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Nkondlo. For that. Thank you, Honorable Nkondlo. You have represented us good as women, not only representing the African National Congress, but as a woman. And I think from my side to all political parties who was standing here today, I think if we can unite against this evil of gender-based violence, we will overcome. With that words, Deputy Chairperson, I will hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gillian. Also, thank you to you. The ladies were really on fire. Let us just listen to the message from one of the veterans of the women before we go for the final vote of thanks. Please, to the host officials. It was a surprise.
Tandimudise and your deputy, Letisa Tseluti. Chairperson of the Council of the Provinces, Amos Masondo, and your deputy, Sylvia Lucas. Honorable MPs and fellow South Africans. It is a great pleasure to address this House on our National Women's Day. It brings many beautiful memories of when we first walked into this house singing Ayatu Amakuskas Ayongena Parliament. Indeed, Singenile. Since those days, we have more women who today adorn our parliament. We also have more women leaders in the different spheres of society. It is from here that Wosimami II made history and took over the traditional leadership in Limpopo. She had won her constitutional court case on the matter. That was a major milestone. Now I would like to take this opportunity to thank especially the women in the health sector who are selflessly fighting new battle, COVID-19. They are the frontline soldiers of today. Their work is the continuation of the legacy left by women like the late Ma Florence Minga. She was a nurse who played an important leadership role in our struggle. She was a frontline soldier of our generation. Today's frontline soldiers are also continuing the legacy of women like Mama Edith Twinyiswa. She was among the young South African women nurses who in the early 60s went to serve in Tanzanian hospitals. They were answering to the call for assistance from the newly independent government of that country. During this difficult period, we have seen an increase in gender-based violences, as well as in the difficulties faced by people living with disability and refugees. Thanks to all of you for the humanitarian work. When I see the image of the distribution of food parcels, clothes, and other necessities, I feel particularly proud to be a South African. It reminds me of when we received similar support in foreign lands. I am, however, ashamed to be a South African when I read about corruption, especially during this period. It is a disappointment and a betrayal. I humbly request that as parliamentarians, please play your role to ensure that those who are guilty of corruption are locked up. Please tighten the laws so that gender-based violence becomes history in our country. Finally, I would like to convey my deepest condolences to the families who lost loved ones to the COVID-19 battle. May their souls rest in peace. Let us rebuild our country together. Let us make it the democratic, non-racial, and non-sexist country of our dreams. Let us make it a country of prosperity for all.
Thank you very much. I don't know how many of us will be still as strong I just thought we could never leave that Mbokodo at the age of 95 and she could still Thank you very much to all the delegates of the Women's Parliament, particularly in the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, one person that is every year playing a very important role to make sure that our sectoral parliaments become a success. We want to express our gratitude and our appreciation to you particularly, but also to everyone as the presenters that actually were willing to sacrifice some time today to give us the so necessary report back in order for women to realize that we are not just listening to you. It is just not only a talk shop, but we are busy moving, and we make sure that, like we said before, that the fight against violence against women not be an August month or a one-day fight, but the 365 days program, and we are, as Parliament, leading in that program. There are many things that we can say, but I'm sure all of us now as delegates, I'm sure there is a bit of fatigue because many of us have been very patient, sitting here for the whole day. Also the viewers in front of the TV at home, sitting for the whole day, listening to us, but also getting the sense that whatever as women we are experiencing, we are one on it. We want to particularly express our appreciation to each and every one of the women that sacrificed to be part and parcel of this event today. There are very few issues, but I think let me write a summary of the main ideas that I like: the economic empowerment, the economic liberation of women, like the equality and equity that came up very strong, the safety, but also the fact as to how are we going to address our boy child to make sure that we build the men of the future. That is some of the important issues. We will also make sure that the presentations, particularly from the South African Medical Research Council, reach the participants because it's very important. And that is the kind of information that we think that will empower us to make sure that we also play a role in making sure that we build a healthy and a better society. But with that said and done, all delegates, honorable members, all participants, all the presenters, let us express our appreciation. Let us thank you all, and may you have a blessed day and weekend, and may we stay safe, may we sanitize, may we wash our hands, but may we also not become survivors or victims of gender-based violence and femicide. God bless all of you. Go safe. Thank you very much.
Can I just make an announcement?
Shelley and your team.
Announcement.